Hello and welcome everyone to today's episode of Pathfinder Wrath of the Righteous. Last time we got command of the 5th Crusade and made certain that a Cyclops would play us. So next we are going to truly explore what the 5th Crusade and us having command of it means. Let's see just what we will get up to as the leader of the 5th Crusade. Alright then, last time we did a tour, so we have a quest to talk with Lyota, Hawkblade. That is rather important for the storyline of Dayran. Commander. And the tall man with piercing yellow-green eyes gives you a brief nod. Let me personally congratulate you on your new title, and thank you for your time in advance. I am Yotta Hawkblade, an Inquisitor of the Church of Iomade, the Bringer of the Light. I require your assistance in a certain delicate matter involving one of your companions, young Count Dayran Arne. So, are you one of Prelate Hohen's followers? The otter's face freezes for a moment, but he nods. Yes, of course. What is your opinion on his atrocities? The otter is silent for a while. Usually, people reveal such things about themselves only to their confessor, not to some curious stranger. Still, I did ask for your help, and that imposes certain obligations upon me. Let me put it like this. I spent enough years by Prelate Horan's side to learn how to keep him from going over the line. The Prelate is an extraordinary man, but he has fallen prey to his own paranoia and monumental sense of responsibility, which has gradually eroded his razor-sharp mind. He has witnessed so much hideous darkness that he now sees it in every shadow. Yet his strength was, and still is, a shield for all people of Mendav. That is my opinion. His comrades and advisors are necessary to prevent him from making unforgivable mistakes. So, where were you during the attack on Canabras? I was on the hunt. A very successful one, but as often happens in life, this minor success was a mere harbinger of a larger failure. If I hadn't been so far away from Canabras, on the day of the attack I might have been able to help my comrades and prevent a number of deaths. Thank you for your answer. So, it is not an easy topic for me. I'd much prefer not to discuss this again. So, what brings you here? I ask you to assist the Church of Iomade in an investigation of the utmost importance. I understand that the leader of the Crusade has plenty of other matters to attend to, but please allow me to tell you the details. Perhaps it will explain why I'm calling upon you. The Inquisitor's open face instantly reveals his feelings. He frowns and looks through you, lost in his thoughts for a moment. I suppose that you have already heard about Count Arunday's story. I refer to the tragedy at Heaven's Edge estate. You're going to investigate this old case again, aren't you? Yes, I am. I have several reasons to doubt the widely shared account of what exactly happened at the estate and how it happened. You see, Commander, I was among those who sent to examine the estate after the incident. I saw everything with my own eyes, and I still remember it clearly, even though it feels like it happened a lifetime ago. His voice makes me yawn. Heaven's Edge was a unique place that still carried the spirit of old Mendev before the world would. And yet on that day, it turned into a labyrinthine house of horrors. So like something only seen in our nightmares. Apologies for the digression. I wanted to tell you about my suspicions. Everything about the incident seemed odd. Why was the only person left alive a young boy? A young boy with a newfound talent for divine magic. Why did nobody send to Canabras for help, even though the agony spanned many hours? We found the demons dead, with their heads cut off, when we got into the estate. How were they defeated? How did the disease kill even the paladins present at the estate, who are said to be immune to any disease? If the demons had found a way to penetrate the Holy Warrior's defenses, why has this never been repeated since the tragedy at Heaven's Edge? You are the only person who can help me here, Commander, because the only living witness of those events is currently serving in your army. Your army's route will take you near the site of the tragedy. Heaven's Edge has been abandoned and sealed with potent magic throughout all these years. And only the Count has the power to break that seal. He is unlikely to invite an Inquisitor inside, and in any case he won't like me sniffing around his family seat. But if you, as his commander, express your wish to visit the estate, he will be obliged to fulfill it. And I will simply follow you as one of your attendants. There are 100 ways, 1,000 paths, and a myriad loopholes in human lives that the forces of evil can use to their advantage. I'm not sure which one of those led to demons to the gates of Heaven's Edge, but I do know it wasn't a simple raid. The kind crusaders face every day. That incident involved a significantly more powerful entity, and that is why I am asking for your help. We cannot be sure that such a tragedy will not happen again until we uncover the truth. So, you have already been to the estate several times. What do you expect to find now? I was a young and inexperienced Inquisitor when I first visited Heaven's Edge 10 years ago. My skills have improved significantly since then, and I have paid dearly for that. Lyotta makes a vague gesture, pointing at the scars. My arsenal includes many spells and techniques, dedicated to gathering information about people and events. Almost all of them require me to be physically present in the place where the event in question happened. That is why I must return to Heaven's Edge. So, okay, did you question Darren himself? Like, I get why you can't go there without involving me and Darren, but did you question Darren himself? I did, but the Count insisted he couldn't remember anything about the incident due to severe shock. He saw the demons at the very beginning when they appeared at the celebration to announce the onset of the plague and mock their victims. He also witnessed the death of his mother, Countess Selena. That was all he would tell me. We had found the young Count sleeping like a log on the floor in one of the rear chambers, having drunk about half the family wine cellar all by himself. There is no reason to disbelieve him on that matter. So, you suspect that Darren is hiding something? Is he to blame for the tragedy? I deliberately refuse to entertain any theories or suspicions so that it doesn't affect the investigation. There is a saying among my colleagues that suspicion is the mother of prejudice, and prejudice is married to failure. I can only tell you that Count Arendelle wasn't suffering from demonic possession, the most common malaise in our country at the time. Pranet Horan himself examined the boy right after the tragedy, and he didn't sense anything awry with him. He also didn't sense anything awry with Rita Vorlash and Suture, so, you know, taking it with a pinch of salt. Alright, fine, I will help you. What do you need me to do? Piotr bows his head to you with exceptional reverence. Thank you, Commander. Now, I ask you to speak to the Count and tell him that you wish to see Heaven's Edge. Please do not inform him of my presence right away. I will join your escort when it's time to travel to the estate. When we get there, I will also require your help during the investigation. You will have to follow me, observing my actions as an independent witness. If you have any other questions, please feel free to ask me. I will remain here for a while. Alright, then I have to go. And that is how we started this. So yeah, this is Count Darren Arendelle's storyline. Other storylines are the Cold Water one and By Hell's Ordinance, which we got just now. We got at the end of the last time. In Pursuit of the Past is something we must keep in mind over the entire story. This one only ends in chapter 5, the last chapter of the game. And restoring a broken gold buckle is again something that we can do in chapter 3 once the storyteller returns to us. So the League of the Inspiring card requires us to talk to Sila while the world burns is secure an invitation, and then talk to Nenio to do a quest around here. So, Sila, it's good to see you. Get this. Jenna, the one who ran away when we were attacked by demons, never went back to her unit. She was seen running toward Numeria. Looks like she deserted. Anyway, that's not what I wanted to talk to you about. Or, not the only thing. Since our raid on the Hound Arch camp, I've had this feeling that I made a mistake. Dragging you into this, I mean. I should have known that a raid along the edge of the world wound wouldn't be so easy. But mostly, I was wrong about a lot of people. About Channa, who lost a nerve and abandoned her friends. About Kroll. I knew he was a thief, but I really thought he'd turned over a new leaf and deserved a little compassion and trust. And Elon, I thought we were kindred spirits, friends through thick and thin, but it looks like I was wrong about him too. Sila looks at you closely, waiting for your answer. So, yeah, you can do the good, the evil, or the lawful choice. So, the good choice is really the only one. Like, don't lose your trust in people. Really, don't. Don't lose your trust in people, Sila. So what if you made a few mistakes? It's no reason to give up on your ideals. Someone has to show people there's a better path. Because, like, you can't go on blind trust. Expect people who've slipped in the past, like that thief girl. That's already so much judgment in there. That's why I dislike the lawful options. And the evil options are just being an asshole. Literally. Maybe now you'll see that people are weak and vicious creatures. It's pointless to try to reform them. They are only fit to be controlled. That's not what you want to do. Like, that's just being an asshole. That's not fun for anyone. So, option 1. Don't lose your trust in people, Sila. Sida's expression brightens. Thank you, my friend. I needed that support. She says. And thanks for listening to my grumbling and for helping me get to the bottom of this. I'm not going to leave things as they stand. If I get the chance, I'll track down Jana and see if I can talk some sense into her and find out why Curl did what he did. I can't stop thinking about what Elon told me in the end. I really have become more powerful than paladins of who are far more experienced and selfless than me. There's something not right about that. The servants of Ayamade should gain their power through dedicated personal effort. That's the only way to make sure they'll use the power for good. The journey so far, it's all wrong, and it means I need to be 3 times as hard on myself now. So, that's the League of the Inspiring card. That's the League of the Inspiring card complete. Now, Darren. There you are. So, people say that you are deliberately trying Queen Galfrey's patience. Is that true? Does it even matter? All of Mendevian high society has declared war on me. They either despise me or they're trying to steer me back onto the right path. I'm doing everything in my power to keep them on their toes. I relish in the prospect of all the fun this mess in Canabras will bring. Darren grins from ear to ear. I shall either commission a song about the great Canabras fiasco from a certain talented bard, or confuse the jewelers with a rather tall order. A batch of silver dragon toys with detachable heads. Give me a week and they'll be in every shop in the capital. So, like, you can... Like, most of these choices don't actually matter. Like, these choices don't matter. They have no impact on the romance route or what he thinks of you. So, like, people say that you're locked into being, like, neutral evil or something with him. That's not the case. That's absolutely not the case. You should make sure it's really easy to rip the wings of your dragon trinket as well. Kids are going to love it. So be it. For now on, you are my muse. So, I'd love to visit Heaven's Edge and see the Arendelle estate someday. Oh, I was just about to mention it myself. I've been thinking, now that I'm in the middle of this whole crusade nonsense, I simply must devise new ways to have fun. With all the recent commotion, my birthday completely slipped my mind. What if we were to celebrate it at Heaven's Edge? It's not far from here, and you'll get to enjoy a buffet in a bona fide haunted house. Darren seems to have trouble getting the words out, which clearly indicates how rarely he has to ask for anything. Since you're my superior and I'm your advisor, I am obliged to ask your permission to leave for the festivities. And I want to invite you too. I'm sure the commander can free up an afternoon while the soldiers are on leave. Alright, deal. Perfect! You'll have a ball, I'll make sure of it. Something strange flickers in Darren's smile. So, how do you like your new role, Advisor? Darren whistles. You also enjoy poking me with that stick, don't you? Imagine it, me, a crusader? If my dearest cousin hoped to teach me a lesson, she managed it perfectly. An assignment I couldn't avoid without losing face. And this idiotic journey leading straight into the demon's maws. I could have been on a pleasure boat right now, with the loveliest songstress from Pitax in my arm, and a bottle of the finest Keonan wine to keep us company. Incidentally, I blame you for all of this. Darren lets out a sigh. Well, actually, I think Cousin Godfrey is to blame for everything that's happened to me. And I suppose some of my misdeeds could be considered my own fault, but I can hardly be expected to take responsibility, can I? Certainly not. Therefore, I shall lay all the blame at your door and plot my revenge. So that is, his story. Let's just make certain that this is all going well. Yes, it is. There's like 1, 2, 3. There's 6 messages of welcome back to the chat room. Did you also receive a fraction of that unusual power? Looks like it. I genuinely hoped that getting away from you would be the end of it. If your gift truly did come from Iomade, then giving me a summation of that power was a very sudden jerk on her part. I had no idea that our divine Lightbringer of Mendev even had a sense of humor. And don't get me started on my many acts of sacrilege against her. That obscene engraving, the truth about the test of the Star Stone, is the tamest one, by far. So, I should go. Goodbye. So, we now have the quest. Let's alert the author to it. I've talked to Darren about the estate. He's going to celebrate his birthday at Heaven's Edge, so we can go there as guests. A celebration? That is far from ideal. It will be rather inconvenient for me to conduct the investigation with all the guests around. Thank you, nonetheless, Commander. When you decide to go to the estate, I will join you. So, we have to go. Right, we have infinite rages. That's something I do so enjoy. Right, Nenio. Let's talk to Nenio the Curious. Girl, I am pleased with you. I asked you to bring me to safety, and that's exactly what you did. Indeed, having a follower to aid me is the most efficient and frankly pleasing. With you on hand, I shall conquer new horizons and plumb the depths of knowledge hitherto unknown, and scale the dizzying heights of future discoveries. Nenio stops to catch her breath. What I mean is, I'd like to express my deepest gratitude. I foresee immense potential in our future cooperation. I'm happy to help, I guess. Hand in hand, we will unravel the greatest mysteries inaccessible to the minds of ordinary people. Just imagine it. I leading the way, proudly staring into the faces of the gods themselves, and you, my loyal follower, walking behind me every step, writing down my deepest thoughts and admiring the profundity of my intellect. If we hold hands, you won't be able to go in front of me and lead the way. You are the catalyst which, when it reacts with my intellect, will allow the latter to grasp the very essence of the universe itself. So, do you always express your delight so effusively? What? Who are you? Nenio stares at you for a while, bewilderment in her eyes, but then it is replaced by recognition. Oh yes, my loyal new follower. What am I supposed to do? Oh yes, I must provide some verbal encouragement for your as yet modest achievements and try to induce you to strive for more of such encouragement. That is the principle that underpins any training. She frowns, but only for an instant. Ah, I see. Your modest nature was unsettled by the overabundance of my gratitude. I do apologize for putting you in such an awkward position. I will never praise you again, unless I forget. But let's get back to the business at hand. Your new assignment will be to take me to the inconspicuous ruins that are located in an even more inconspicuous valley lying between Canabras and Dresden, as soon as it is reasonably practicable. I'll mark the place on your map with a large red cross so you won't forget it. So, what's so special about the ruins near Canabras? I'm glad you asked. This is my greatest hypothesis, my secret project, and I won't pass up the opportunity to share it with you because you are my most loyal follower and you are worthy of possessing such knowledge. And also because you are the first person to ever ask me about it. Some time ago, I was walking around the border of the world wound and I met a strange person. He was wearing a frayed grey robe and the face was hidden behind an odd white mask. Of course, I didn't miss the opportunity to ask him about the reasons for his absurd appearance. And do you know what he said to me? He said, "I am the answer, but what is the question?" Then he walked off in the direction of the world wound. The next day, after I had already forgotten about the first encounter, I had a similar encounter. This time I met an elven woman, judging by the pointy ears sticking out from behind the mask. "I am the answer, but what is the question?" she said, before taking off toward the world wound. And then I realized everything became clear to me. I know a mystery when I see one. Consider this one of my myriad talents. Nadia rubs the tip of her nose. After all these guesses weren't simply going on their way to a custom party, were they? After examining several maps, I have determined they were all heading in one direction, to a place not far from Canabras, a place which is marked as nameless ruins even on ancient Sarkorian maps. That's where I need to go. Unraveling the secrets of that place will be my greatest discovery. It will secure my place in history. So, what do you expect to find there? I haven't the slightest idea. If I knew what was hidden there, I wouldn't be so eager to go. Alright, that's all I wanted to know about your task. Well, now that you know, so off we go. Did I just make a rhyme? Perhaps I've discovered poetic talent in myself. Let's conduct an experiment. Quickly, say any word and I'll try to find a rhyme for it right away. Science? That's what think is make alliance. Intellectual defiance. Not the best rhymes, don't you think? Well, this experiment was unsuccessful. We learned that I have no poetic talent after all. But that's no reason to despair. Having a gift for poetry in addition to my inexhaustible intelligence would have been a little too much. Besides, I am catastrophically busy and have no time to spend on writing poetry. Alright, I have to go. This conversation lasted approximately 5 minutes. Should have such a... By the way, did you know that is the exact same amount of time the Inquisitors in Canabras need to find a defendant guilty? But to shake off Inquisitors chasing you takes 5 times as long. That experiment proved that running while clad in heavy armor is not burdensome for them at all. So yeah, we are going to, first of all, look at the spellbooks, because Nenio's spellbook does need to be completely up to date. Okay. Then we are going to take... Right, this is a good spell to cast. We're going to take them. Right. A blessed weapon and a veil. Okay, that's good. Challenge evil is also a pretty good one. Right then. We have our quests. Let's just show that you can indeed leave through here. By the way, how much am I carrying? Yeah, I thought so. We have a lot of scimitars and some named weapons. Let's put the momentum away. I collect all named weapons, at least. I try to. And then we can sell all of these, because this is just the light hammer +1 and we have no one who actually uses a light hammer. So, outside, 2 Welcher guns.
Follow me.
So, show me what you have. And then we will sell all of these. And this one is worth 600 on its own. Right. Medium armor. We could have this one. 10% chance to miss due to concealment. That is really useful. None of these others are as useful, at least not for me. Mithril breastplate. +1. Yeah, this one is just the same as that one. Mithril chainmail +1. And there's a mithril chain shirt. Ah, that's the difference. Chainmail, chain shirt. Yeah, I've gone through all of these already. Tankard of the Free Spirit. Yeah, we might at a certain point in the game just respec out of the okay. Social goes and Nenio comes in. We might respec out of the Greatsword class and into something a bit more well, at least less painful. Something a bit better at making certain that our enemies are dead. So we need to take out this demon army first, which is a very difficult fight from what I remember, before we can go ahead and go there. So instead, let us go to the Moondance Meadow. Enter the location. And it is late. So we should probably rest soon. Except Nenio. It isn't as late for Nenio, apparently. I forget what is here. Nenio.
I'm always open to ideas.
Okay, that one isn't what we want. Fireball is pretty good though. Just blow them up.
They will break against our resolve.
Cover me, all right?
Darren Erunday. If you would. Alright, because they aren't living.
My sight.
Surrender or else.
And we can't rage even though we have infinite rages, because you can't rage when you are fatigued.
Stab you or zap you? Line up both. No. Tactical retreat!
Prayer is a nice debuff upon enemies. And yeah, Raimi now has a double luck bonus.
too late for apologies.
Forwards! The Inheritor, guide my blade!
Right then, heal.
I'm wounded. Can it be the end?
Scorching Ray.
Go. The light take you!
Abilities, channel damage, undead. I forgot that we needed to rest. That's really messing me up. Right, cast.
Into the fray!
Darren. If you would cure Sherry's wounds. These unfortunately don't drop anything. Luckily, we do get something out of this, including a keen composite longbow +2, which is ridiculously good. Like a +2 weapon this early on. That's nice. That's really, really nice.
Let us be off.
And yeah, this one killed at least one of these, this hunter. And there are some demonic hearts around here as well, so
Let's
yeah,
move.
that adds up. And then this is the last bit of the area explored. And the area exit is over here. Then leave. And rest. Because holy
Pearls
fuck
of
do we need to
wisdom
rest.
from Brother Woljif. If you're gonna be napping dogs, go for the smaller ones. The smaller the pup, the bigger the ransom.
Ah, a unit of mercenaries serving Horgasquirm has reached the troops with a chest full of gold coins and a message from Sir Horgus to score more victories. So, like, I get that this is supposed to be a nice bonus and everything, but damn it, do these guys suck. Like, they are great tanks, don't get me wrong, they're great tanks. Unfortunately, most enemies don't fall for the usual tank trap. Right. So, in order to make the most of everything, save the game first, and then go ahead and attempt this attack. Because I think we're going to lose this. There's a reason I don't play on Last Aslanti mode. I like safe scum. Fireball. Good. You do not want any of them to... 1 to 6. That's good enough for me, I guess. And these only deal 50% damage versus targets when they're in melee range. And then the last fireball. Good, good, good. Now we can finally deal damage to these. Ugh, being panicked sucks for those guys like this. Luckily, they only have to serve as meat shields and not as actual, damage dealers. Their stack is not high enough for that yet. And we have won! Okay, I did not lose. Like, I know that Satsuna Shai is a really good commander. I always forget just how good he is. Right, this one is way later, but it evolves into a nice scythe. This demon army is good though. It's really good. Getting some rewards for later on already is nice, and some of the later enemies are also really good at using. Now some of our troops would be really good at doing that. However, in order to truly make the most of that, we would have to, well, first of all, save scum a bit. And then, normally I would say that we would have to use some spells. So the fact that we can't use them around here will probably mess us up. Don't focus the cultists, focus the Brimarax. One to 2, 0 to 2, 5 to 10. That one is probably going to cast a spell and fuck us all up. Okay. Ah, damn it. Yeah, that's about what I expected, really. And it will cast a spell and film the infirmary about. Yeah, that's what I expected. Like, I did not expect this fight to go well, especially since we can't cast any spells to take care of the enemies. And I am avoiding going there because that triggers our next cutscene. This one is doable. Oh right, I forgot about that. Right, no movement points left. Yeah, let's fight these enemies so that we can show off how to properly rage in a fight. Then we rest, and then we go further to Chili Creek. Ah.
We should move. Let us be off.
I'm ready
Nenio.
to move out.
Right, yeah, these are affected by that. Right. A large person. Upon gaming.
I'll make my own legend. We will be victorious.
Nice. See how much stronger this is.
Surrender or else.
Aaron.
Out of my sight.
I'll remove this obstacle.
Into the fray.
Nice.
Forwards.
Too late for apologies.
I will see to your demise.
Ferocious sure.
You should have listened to reason.
Nice.
Cover me, all right? The light
Sila.
take you.
We won't falter.
If you would be ever
I'll
so
hit
kind.
you.
Precision and grace.
You're irrelevant.
Stab you or zap you? Why not both?
Yeah, that's expected.
Glory without risk.
And now we are all fatigued. Luckily, we also get a bunch of good dishes. Area exit. And now you can see how long this fatigue lasts in terms of around here. Done. No time at all. Current morale 12. Luckily, we are going to be upping that morale by attacking this demon army and winning. God, I hope we win.
Keep 'em peeled, Paladin. Round and round we go. Where it stops, nobody knows. No trick, no magic, just nimble fingers. Watch closely now. We don't want no hard feelings later. 1, 2, one more time, and hey, presto! Well, which cup is the pea under?
Seriously? Out of everybody in the party, you picked me? I learned the cups and balls trick before I could talk, you little punk. Now sit down and let Sister Sela show you how it's done.
I like the character interactions here. They are good. They are actually really, really good. Enter. See, they are all dead. They died, like, just up there, due to certain other things. Due to the fact that they know exactly how to take care of their land. Let's put it that way. Ah, Janok. Janok walks thoughtfully around the grove. He pauses in front of a few trees, lingering there some time. He seems to be examining something carefully. At the sound of your footsteps, he turns abruptly, but the anxious expression on his face quickly gives way to an amiable smile. Commander! It's so good to see you. It seems you found to visit our quiet backwater after all. I could be mistaken, but it looked like you were frightened by my arrival. Oh no, you startled me, that's all. It's my overactive imagination. I still can't get used to living in such a small village. The town where I grew up in was a good deal larger, and it was located near a trade route, so there were always lots of new faces. Plenty of people bustling around. Here, though, it's different. The moment you step outside the village, you're all alone. You can walk for miles in any direction with only the birds and animals for company. This is, of course, the way Aristotle intends teaches us to live. But truth be told, it still makes me somewhat uncomfortable. So why were you looking at those trees? See for yourself. He points to one of the branches, and among the leaves you notice a small doll made of grass and seaweed tied with a blue ribbon. I keep finding them here in the grove. I think it's some kind of local ritual. I've asked the villagers to tell me what it means, but they won't give me an answer. I just don't understand the reason for all this secrecy. So, do you like living in this village? I'm getting used to the way of things. I still get the occasional sidelong glance from the locals, but that's not surprising. After all, I'm just some stranger who decided to show up without an invitation and settle down in the village. But the church warned us about this. Such caution is to be expected at first. I just have to do my best to earn their trust. I heal, I purify the water, I give blessings. Sooner or later they'll accept me as one of their own. It's so quiet here. Where makes you forget what peace feels like? I understand. My time in Canabras gave me a small taste of war. I only had to live through it for a few days, but I know the horrors I witnessed will haunt my nightmares for years to come. I cannot imagine how hard it is for those like yourselves, soldiers who give their lives to the cause. The priest places a hand on his heart. You've chosen to fight there in order to protect our peaceful and quiet life here, and I thank you from the bottom of my heart. So, what do the locals think of Aristotle? They're indifferent. They're pragmatic people, you know. They don't have time for theology. If old Deadeye helps them survive, that's good enough for them. You know, some priests get overzealous with sermons. They demand that people pray, observe all the rituals, make sacrifices. And then those priests, all holy and pious, are surprised when the locals kick them out of a village right into the nearest ditch. I was taught differently. First, you have to prove your worth. You have to show them why you and your deity are useful. It's only after they've begun to trust you and start asking questions about your faith that you can really share your belief. Then you can tell them about old Deadeye and his teachings. Well then, will you show me around the village? Of course, let's go. You get to meet the locals, see how we live. Maybe you'll even manage to get some peace and quiet and a temporary respite from the hardships of war. Don't be offended if they start gawking about you. In this remote village, people have never seen a fox skin. Come to think of it, people have never seen your kin where I grew up either, and I bet that even in Canabras you'd seem exotic to many. But I have already explained everything to the locals as best I could, so they shouldn't stare too openly or ask silly questions. So you can inspect a straw doll, clad in small, skillfully embroidered light blue dress, tied to the trunk of the tree. A small doll made of grass tied to the tree with a dark blue ribbon. 3 old dolls hang from the branches, their grass and seaweed bodies slowly rotting away. So you can hunt here, get some meat and everything from the elk. Old faded blue ribbons hang from the branches of the tree. Like, you can hunt here. It's not necessary. There's more than enough here that you can do. A piece of grey ribbon hangs from the branches. Is it grey or just washed up blue? What a beast! We've got you now. Watch out for those huge teeth. Don't let them catch you. Aim for her throat and belly. Fewer skills there. Don't be afraid, everyone. We fought ones bigger than this.
I tire of
Amy?
waiting.
Nah. Just charge him.
Let's have some fun.
Well, Jeff,
Distract them
you
for
can
me.
get there in time. Mark kill. See, these hydras are not dangerous. These ones. Specifically. Markil and Melissa. Aaron.
I'll make short work of this.
Amy. Rage.
Strike with all your might. We can do it.
The Inheritor, guide my blade.
You won't stop us.
And another villager to punch it.
Time to share your treasures.
That'll teach you to mess with us. A man with green eyes and the broad shoulders of a swimmer and the calloused hands of a fisherman shakes his fist at the beast's motionless carcass. Something's got 'em all worked up. And that's the second time they've crawled out this month. Yep. So let them come. A woman, her eyes the same shade of green as the fisherman, smiles at you. It's not the first time and it won't be the last, but what's it matter? They can't hurt us, and we can use their hides to make a lot of waterproof coats and cloaks. Markil, Melissa, I'd like to introduce you to someone. This is Raimi, the commander of the Crusade. She's the one I told you about. Ah, a real hero? Come to visit our little backwater? It's so nice of you to drop by. We've never had anyone so important come to visit. Heroic acts are important, but sometimes it's good to leave the front lines and talk to the ordinary people, living ordinary lives. Anyway, welcome to Chili Creek. So, hydras are usually far more dangerous. That beast was nowhere near its full strength. I can tell you have an eye for such things. Well, of course she does. She's the commander of the Crusade. She probably could have told you all that with her eyes shut. It's all thanks to her mother, Isiril. She takes care of children, won't let anyone hurt them. She fills her nets with fish and drives away the monsters. That's right. And if she doesn't drive away the beasts, she'll weaken them, so we can kill them and harvest their hides. I see Earl, who or what is that? She's right here. Marco nods towards the visit. Did you think this was the Selen? No, it'd take you half a day's rowing before you reach that river. It's big to be sure, and very important. The Selen flows through at least a dozen countries. But where would the great Selen be if it weren't fed by thousands of little streams and creeks such as the dear Isirel? The people of Chili Creek hold the river in great reverence. The priest's observation is matter of fact, but you notice his voice sounds a bit strange. How can we not? Our whole lives are built around the river. From the wedding wreath we send down the stream to the funeral boats that float away on the water when the time comes. Our mother Icy Rill feeds us, gives us water, protects us. With a kind smile, Marco casts a sidelong glance at the frowning piece. The gods are far away, but our Icy Rill is right here. So we treat her with respect. So the two of you look very much alike. I assume you're related? You're right, we are. Marco ruffles Melissa's hair. She laughs and tweaks his nose. She's my little sister. Takes after our granny. May her memory never fade. She was always restless, couldn't sit still, and Melissa's just the same. She's always up to something. And you took after her grandpa, made the surface still be as fat about. You're as brave as he was, and just as stubborn. So, you two looked very confident when you were giving orders to the other villagers in the fight. Are you in charge here? Well, how should I put this? How should I put this? Our village is too small for anyone to be in charge. We just happen to know a thing or two about using a weapon, so if some nasty creature comes crawling out of the river, we give the order. But when it comes to fishing or fixing nets, we'll be the ones following orders. We're not an army, and there are no officers here. We all live together, solve our problems together, and serve the Icy Rill together. Although, truth be told, it's only been in the last few years that people have really started listening to us. Before that, the villagers kept to themselves and no one wanted to go poking the nose into anyone else's business. When we first came up with the idea to start trading on the river, the other villagers stubbornly dug in their heels. But after the money and goods began to flow into the village, they changed their mind. Yes, the village has been growing. We're getting to see all sorts of things we had only ever heard about before. The year before last, we had a fair and people came all the way from Canabras to attend. Then a priest came and we'd never seen one of those before in these parts. And now who'd have thought? The commander of the crusade has decided to pay us a visit. And not just the commander, but a child of the Fox people. We hadn't even heard of your kind before the priest told us about you. Lots of wonders in this world, they never stop. So, how is life in the village now that you've got a priest? Not much has changed, Marco shrugs and smiles amiably. He's a good lad, he does some healing, never bothers us with sermon. Why, he's even learning to fish in his spare time. He also knows lots of songs, and when he sings, it makes you want to sit and listen. Melissa smiles archly at the priest, and he blushes. So, the world wound is not that far away. Have you ever been attacked by demons? No, we never seen any. Our mother Icy Rill keeps us safe. She would never let such abominations get near us. Alright then, I have to go. Back to the front. Melissa shakes her head sadly. I can't even begin to imagine the nightmarish creatures you have to fight there. Have a safe journey and a swift victory. And now we can just explore this area. You can get some good loot here actually. It's quite fun. So, first things first. Let's harvest some Hydra eyes. You can also get some mutated fish and you can get an information mixer there. Pick the lock with a 90% chance.
This is my kind of work.
And you get the Oppressor's Gloves.
Let's move.
Gloves that make you a +2 bonus on Intimidate, and whenever you whenever you confirm a critical hit, the enemy suffers a -2 penalty on saving throws against mind-affecting conditions for 2 rounds. They are very useful in a build based around intimidation, which my main build is, and I am still using them even though I got them in like chapter 2. Like, you get them in chapter 2 and they will keep on being useful if intimidation is what you use often. that like this is an area around here. I will go ahead and just walk through this area, most of this area first. Oh, that elk has the backwards walking bug. Right.
Follow me.
There,
The waiting's never
if
fun.
you would.
Can we retreat already?
Because there are wolves here, and if you
Surrender,
are
or else.
unlucky, the wolves here will attack you before they will like detect you when you are walking around here, and that's really annoying in paused mode. Rage. Direwolf or direwolf.
That's how you hit them.
Nanio,
You
if
should
you
have
would
listened to
please.
reason.
6. Amber.
Too late for apologies.
Unfortunately, we didn't have much there. Up here, you can also find some more wolves. Or, no, a
March
plagued bear and the dead direwolves. Plagued Smaladon, apparently. Right then, let's wait the full 30 seconds that we need.
I'm always open to
I
ideas.
welcome your company.
And
Out of
whatever.
my
I don't
sight.
think we need
We cannot be defeated.
the rage. Oh,
I'll
that
remove this
is
obstacle.
annoying.
Forwards.
Right. That one was the reason why I am always so careful around here. And then affect that one.
I'll hit you.
Good. Good. That dealt a good amount of damage.
Downfall. I'm wounded. Can it be the end?
The inheritor, guide my blade.
2 hits.
Cover me, all right?
And 2 more hits. Yeah,
You're
those
irrelevant.
don't drop anything, luckily. Let's see how much we got. Yeah, we still get a lot. And then of course you can get some here. That's also pretty nice. But yeah, you miss out on quite a few pals around here anyway.
Onwards.
It is cold, it is rainy, and we are still working out the best
Let
way
us
to
be
it.
off. Charge!
Ferocious wolf. Rage.
We won't falter.
Into the fray.
And that's the alpha wolf.
I will see to your demise. Stab you or zap you? Why not both?
You should have listened to reason.
Come on, attack.
Mind over muscle. You won't stop us.
Strike with all your might.
The light. Take you.
Precision and grace. Distract them from me.
and that wolf exploded. Unfortunately, you can't really collect a skin from an exploded wolf. So yes, that actually is a bad thing at times. So yeah, that is this upper area explored, and as you can see on the map, there is quite a bit of stuff to find around here. Indeed. More. You can find so much loot around here. It is quite ridiculous at times. And also some ferocious animals. That is, they fight back when you hit them, and they fight back hard. Okay, now then we can go back downstairs. Down, well, not really downstairs now, is it? This is another hunting ground with a couple of backwards outs. And now explore the village. So, loot. Fairy Tales of Avestan. This is Rovaguk, a god who is imprisoned for the fact that he wanted to kill existence, I believe. You can get notes of a traveling priest. And now that it has stopped raining, we can also just see that they get a lot of fish, and it is very good quality. Or at least good enough to live on. I will leave you with your weapons. I am a kind commander. I will just take all your riches.
Pretty good, aren't I?
Onwards.
And that's the purifying solution and everything that they need to be able to eat it safely. And some food.
Let us be off.
Ooh, and the recipe. A Godspeed salad. So, recipes. We have moss pottage. And we have the Godspeed salad.
Let's move.
See, they are all just saying the same thing. This is the way we live out here. We're not wealthy, but at least things are at least relatively quiet. So, how do you like living in the village? I'm getting used to it. Yeah, so this is just the same thing. When Crusaders are near the World Wound, they often experience nightmares when they sleep. Do you have any troubles with nightmares here? No troubles with nightmares here. The village is located on the outskirts of World Wound, so perhaps that's why. Alright. Then I have to go now, unfortunately. So yeah, that's this entire area. That's all the loot there is to get in this area. And because we are kind and everything, at a certain point in chapter 3 we actually get some help sent from the village. They don't decide to join the fighting or anything. They just send us some material help. which is really nice of them. And pretty damn awesome in general. So, let's leave. And then, like, here is Heaven's Edge. Terribly sorry about that. Let's go to the Nameless Ruins. Oh wait, first of all, let's save the game. Let's see. Right. You focus on those. Fireball with that one. That's the most speedy one of them all. Right, elemental subtype, extraplanar subtype. They are immune to cold damage. They are not immune to fire damage. Right. And then hit that one. Like, that is a DOT, but, you know, close enough. Ooh, nice. And the DOT that they inflict gets stronger every time, but, I mean, we can't do much about that then, can we? These are extremely strong tanks, but they don't do a lot of damage. That's why I'm focusing on these ones for now with my archers. Also, the DOTs only stack up to 3, so, you know, that's actually really nice. How much HP does that one still have left? 112. Minus 100. Okay. Then you will focus on this one because you deal more damage. And now you will see the DOT is leaving, and these don't deal a lot of damage. Like, this fight is dangerous because you need to make certain that the air elemental dies, and that's why I wanted to make certain that I got rid of that one first and had the spell ready. But these, not dangerous at all. They have like 400 hit points, but they deal 1 to 2 damage every turn. Well, 10 to 10. So yeah, it's very easy to beat them. And now we have a breastplate +2, as well as the Tyranny of Mind. Or no, we got the Tyranny of Mind, which is a heavy flail that can only be safely be wielded by non-good characters. Each time the wielder of this weapon lands a hit, the enemy has to pass a will saving throw with DC 13 or become affected with the equivalent of a Dominate Person spell for 1 round. If a good character wields this weapon, they become permanently confused even after they unequip it. This spell effect can be removed by the Remove Curse spell. This spell effect is also really fucking annoying. Like, if you accidentally equip it, you have to reload from a different save. Alright, Heroism, Cure Wounds. Cure Wounds is one of the best spells in the game because it just restores units. It keeps your infirmary nice and empty. And an empty infirmary is a happy infirmary. Let's see, we'll send that one over there. No, you. Setsuna Shai. Okay, that's good enough. Right then. Continue along and rest.
Pearls of wisdom from Brother Woljif. When you eat in a tavern, you don't have to pay. Just make sure to sit close to the door.
Hey, Ferric. Thanks for the raid. It's awesome. Yeah, I should probably make certain someone is on the around there. Right. We can continue to do this. Yeah, these are still. We can continue to do this. And then after this event we absolutely have to rest. Also, here, some demon army in the fortification. They have 10 fallen knights, 4 Amoxus, 6 ash giants. I could beat this army with my current army. However, these have, like, just raw stats I could beat them with my current army. But these have Deadly Terror, which means that they are frightened for 3 rounds whenever they fail to save. These have Amoxus, which summon Babao. Babaos are ridiculously annoying to deal with on this map. And they have Ash Giants, which are giants that throw rocks and cause ash leprosy and everything. It's really dangerous to actually fight them. Right then. Right then, this here is a pretty dangerous place, but not too dangerous. Ghoul creepers.
Adventures await.
Fucking ghoul creepers.
Smile. The world's not ending just yet.
They will break against our resolve.
Amy,
We can do it!
please kill it.
I'll make short work of this.
Ghoul, stalkers, creepers, everything. So annoying. Woljif.
Time to share your treasures.
And we get Ghoul Fever, which is a constitution-based, charisma-based constitution and dexterity removing
I'll remove this obstacle.
feat, sickness. Sela. Oh right, these are undead, so damage undead. So much damage, so little time. Yeah, I think I know how Remy got ghoul fever. She bit a ghoul.
Too late for apologies.
Woljif.
Cover me, all right?
You're irrelevant.
The Inheritor, guide my blade.
And that hurts master is the last one.
We won't falter!
Oh, come on!
I see to your demise.
I'll hit you.
Stab you or zap you? Why not both?
That one has 6 HP left.
You should have listened to reason.
Into the fray!
Strike with all your might.
Precision and grace.
You won't stop us.
Distract them from me.
Mind over muscle.
I won't give up. We can do it.
I'll make short work of this.
Surrender or else.
Time to share your treasures.
And now we have this all. And you can get loot from here, but that's all just leather armor
Follow me.
equivalent. Right then. Inside here, there is a perception and a will check, from what I remember. Also, there is a hint for the puzzle, a secondary puzzle that you can do around here.
You can handle them, right?
Yeah, sure. Ghoul creepers have their uncanny dodge ability. It's so annoying.
The light take you!
Oh right, I forgot to wait for this to fade away. Whoops. Degran.
I will see to your demise.
No glory without risk!
Cover me, all right?
Forwards.
And that Ghoul creeper is the last one. Right then.
Precision and grace.
Into the fray!
I'll remove this obstacle.
And a gold fee, for instance.
Stab you or zap you? Why not both?
Again, can get all of these. Not worth it. This one, again, not worth it. This is a bit of gold. Not particularly worth it, not particularly not worth it either. Now, from what I remember, you should save your game around here because there is some important checks that you don't want to keep on failing and failing and failing. Oh right, it's around here. Oh, it's a backwards Smeladon.
I stand ready.
Fighting for a righteous cause is certainly different from a simple massacre. The former
Onwards.
is more bloody
What's
and
that?
performed with pinkies out. Oh, skip the pleasantries. Crusading isn't that boring after all.
Well, Jiff, if you would be so kind.
You're irrelevant.
This is my kind of work.
The light, take you!
Assist me at once.
Mind over muscle.
Um,
We won't falter.
Distract them for me.
Can it be the end?
Tactical retreat. No.
No glory without risk!
I'll make short work of this.
You should have listened to reason.
that is a will DC 19 check in order to not right. In order to not throw up while searching through that. If you manage to search through that, you get some pretty good actual loot, which is pretty awesome and hilarious to me. Right. Damn it. Can't quite make it there.
Out of my sight.
See, that's why I was like, yeah, go around there and just stand
I'll move this
outside it.
obstacle.
Because
Time
now
to share
you
your
can
treasures.
do 2 attacks.
Into the fray!
Even though they are right there. And they won't be affected by the okay. Cure serious wounds upon that one. Damn it, miss. Nenio,
Mind over muscle.
if you would.
Too late for apologies.
Cast a series oops, and a hit. Okay. Now you go ahead and heal that one up.
This is my kind of work.
Well, I go ahead and eat some of yesterday's cake. God, that's so good. Loot here. Cloak of Cleansing and Headband of Intellect.
Just don't blame me.
Right, save the game for both the...
Pretty good, aren't I?
Right, as long as the lock doesn't jam, you can always try again. It's only when the lock jams that you are stuck.
Call me again if you need to.
Unfortunately. Fortunately, they were not interested in the Ring of Protection. So yeah, this gives you a Ring of Protection +2.
Let's move.
It's just very straightforward. Alright then. Things we got. We have a Cloak of Cleansing, which is a Cloak of Resistance +2 with a second to disease and side effects, and a Headband of Vast Intellect, which goes here. Ring of Protection goes here. No, she isn't on the front lines enough. Right then, a deflection bonus. And yeah, Corruption 1, it has effects. It has a lot of effects. Right, and during Rage, the AC is still the same because of the bonus to natural armor that you get from that. Alright, let's see, where was the exit? The exit was over here. There isn't much more fighting in this area, though there is some. So, we should mostly be safe around here. Of course, I say that while knowing that one of the more dangerous fights in this area of the game is here. A perception check failed.
What a discovery.
Follow me. This is my path.
Rage.
You require my
You
advice to
will
hit?
cast Enlarge Person upon Amy.
No time for debates.
Ah! Cast Enlarge Person.
Stab you or zap you? Why not both?
I'm wounded.
Ember. You can cure wounds.
Yes.
Quite efficiently.
The light take you.
Strike with all your might.
And
Do
it
it.
is reduced due to damage reduction 10. Okay. How much damage did I do? 1d8 plus 4. Then why is it here twice? Oh right. Arcane Bond object. Yeah. Ah. Displacements. Nah. But that will be good for boss fights and such.
You're irrelevant.
Distract them for me.
I'll hit you!
Into the fray!
Mysteries can wait till tomorrow.
Yeah, they can. An engraved bracelet. Right, I heard the doorbell ring. Let me check to see whether or not anyone is opening the door. The door has, in fact, been opened by someone other than me.
Let's prove their logic is lacking.
Time to share your treasures.
No glory without risk!
Ember. So much temporary HP since the rage isn't there.
You should have listened to reason.
Cover me, all right?
The inheritor, guide my blade!
I will see to your demise.
You won't stop us.
Forward!
Okay, then. Nothing here. 100% chance to lockpick it is good.
This is my kind of work.
And a star knife is Desna's
Check
sacred
that out.
weapon.
Don't give up!
Right then. All of you, go back.
I'm
Well,
here.
Jeff,
Where else would I be?
the worst part is that that is not even the part of the trap that was bloody triggered. Right then, there's this trap, this one, which, like, that's the things that we saw all the time around here. Ghoul corpses. It is as if they simply laid down and died of their own accord. Right. Can you see that? No, you can't. Okay, that's good. Right then. Yeah, okay. So it is this one first, then this one, then this one, and then this one. And that opens the door.
March on.
And the door leads to good loot. A phylactery of positive channeling. This is a good headdress for like healing channeling. So, you know, should probably give it to Dayran. Use the damage. It basically gives you an extra 2d6 on your positive healing or positive energy damaging. There is also the negative version of it. And here these are the last two hints. The ruins are so ancient it is impossible to tell which civilization was responsible for their construction. Some loot. And then we can walk in here. I am the answer. But what is the question? An elf woman in frayed robes turns her head to you and stares at you through the slits of her simple white mask. Then she holds out her hand and touches the ancient statue. The absence of an answer is an answer too. Hey, wait, what are you... Wait, where are you going? Spontaneous dematerialization is unscientific. Nenio touches the statue and suddenly freezes. Following her example, you put your hand on the statue, and the world around you ceases to exist. You are a lone grain of sand, floating in the emptiness of the unknown. Your path has no beginning and no end. You are tiny and insignificant in comparison with the cosmos that surrounds you. But then something changes. The emptiness takes notice of you. It stares at you, measures and assesses you. Then a question comes, as simple and as deep as the emptiness itself. Who are you? I am Remy. The name you uttered, that seemed so powerful and proud, rings through the emptiness. Then the silence comes back, bleak and oppressive. The emptiness still awaits your answer. I am... Did you say your name? But what is it? Just a set of sounds you used to associate with yourself. You are... Remy? Who decided this is who you are? Your parents? Yourself? Someone else? A name is just a label you take voluntarily. What happens if you tear this label off? What hides behind the name Remy? Behold the truth. Open yourself to knowledge. Reveal yourself.
I am Nenio. Nenio. You hear me? You voice from nowhere or whatever you are?
Where Nenio used to be, you now see an unfamiliar kitsune, curled up tight on the ground.
What's going on here? Nenio, is that you?
Well, I'll be a fox.
You are a kitsune?
It appears your observation is correct. I am a kitsune. If my hypothesis is correct, and the probability of that is close to 100%, I have always been a kitsune, but at some point I decided to forget that piece of knowledge. Following this line of reasoning, it would seem the fact of my membership of a certain race just doesn't seem relevant to me. Also, there is a more important question. Why did my true identity reveal itself in this precise moment?
She casts a pensive look at the ancient statue towering over you. And nothing bothered you at all? You never wanted to shift your shape? You never felt uncomfortable without a tail you can comfortably wrap around you as you go to sleep in the evening? How could you ever forget that you are one of us?
This question is irrelevant in the current situation. If you wish, you can ask me about it later. If you believe that I've been keeping my true identity a secret on purpose, you are mistaken. I have no interest in your causes, your battles, or your secrets, if you have any. All I need from you is your assistance with my experiments. And with this.
What was this? I found myself in emptiness, and the voice asked me a question.
I suppose it was a trap that yanked our minds out of our plane and temporarily transferred us to another one. I wish I knew which plane. By the way, did you know that the most efficient way to disarm a corridor's worth of magical traps is with the help of a scientist who has been told that the formula for an elixir of the ancient races lies hidden at the end of said booby-trapped corridor?
And my last doubt is dispelled. It truly is her.
So, whose voice do you think it was?
I haven't the slightest idea. But it is most definitely an extremely wise entity. Besides, the entity displayed no aggressive tendencies, which gives us hope that it can be reasoned with.
So, what do you think about that?
The voice in the emptiness asked me, and judging by your reaction, you too, who I am. And merely stating my name failed to satisfy it. The trap then forced me to assume my true form, which I had completely forgotten about. I suppose this trap wasn't a trap per se. It rather was a closed portal leading to some hidden place that can easily unveil secrets and reveal the truth. The one who spoke to us seemed to solve me like a riddle, in an instant, just by looking at me. I would like to meet this entity. Can you imagine which secrets it can unravel? I want to speak to it, and you, my follower, must help me.
Sure, let's go with that.
But how can you get there? If there is a door, there must be a way to open it. If there's a lock, there must be a key to it. There is an inscription here, right on the statue. I am the void and the emptiness. I am the starting point. I am infinite. Tear my mask off and let it fall at my feet. I don't understand this at all. How thrilling!
That sounds like a riddle.
It does. It really does. I love riddles and puzzles.
So, how do we solve it?
Each of them is inscribed with a riddle, and each demands that something be placed at its feet. I guess we need some items that represent the answers to these riddles. But don't ask me where we should look for them.
Maybe we should ask one of these guys, as you call them.
I don't think they can help us. Looks like all they can do is mumble their mantra about questions and answers.
Alright, looks like there's nothing more we can do here now.
With deepest regret, I have to admit that you are right. It's highly unlikely that we'll be able to solve this riddle right here and now. We'll have to temporarily withdraw so we can return when we're armed and ready.
The sand looks pretty unremarkable, apart from its inexplicable presence here among the ruins in Woodland. So you can loot this, where you can put in a correct item. The other riddles are: I am the end of the road, I am superiority, I am loneliness. Tear my mask off and let it fall at my feet. I am the unknown, I scare cowards but reveal my secrets to the brave. I am the impetus to act. I am the reason for torture and the cause for insomnia. And then there is, of course, the first one. I am the void and the infinite. I am the starting point. I am infinite. So yeah, that is this area for now. Later on, we will get the various masks, I believe they are. I think I have gotten one of the masks, to be precise. I have gotten one of the masks on my main, and that is about it. And then we leave this here. We go to the camp in order to rest there. Right, save the game. And then we can attack these for their various great weapons. Right. Scorching Ray on this one. This one deals almost 0 damage, but is very good at, you know, taking out all enemies. Taking hits, I mean. Right then. These keep on attacking the correct group. Even though this, like, they fall lower and lower. Like, they deal less and less damage every time. Boy. And explode that one. Nice. And we've won. Like I said, this isn't that difficult. It's mostly the level 7 army that's ridiculously difficult. This is our first relic, by the way. A relic can be upgraded in Chapter 3 and Chapter 5 in order to gain a proper weapon out of it. Malander Lintz was one of the most notable and controversial figures of the Third Crusade. The debate still rages whether his valiant feats of strength and his willingness to make sacrifices in the name of the Crusade balance out the unholy crime that was exposed after the purge by the Inquisition. It was revealed that Malander Lintz had been practicing the forbidden dark arts of magic, turning this knowledge against the demons. Shortly after this discovery, Lintz decided to let the debate about his dubious methods rage on without him, and secretly left Canabras in the dead of night alongside a group of like-minded deserters. Thereafter, they waged their own war against demons, tracking down and destroying small enemy groups, but ultimately, all the members of Malander Lintz's squad fell in battle. Scouts discovered the evidence that, with each passing year, Lintz had been descending ever deeper into his private abyss of the dark arts. He would have sacrificed everything for victory, but the question still remains whether he was a hero or a traitor. And we have a breastplate +2. So, inventory, equip, breastplate +2. It's a straight on upgrade. +1, +2. So yeah, Crusader army goes here, even though we don't have the movement for it. This army, however, goes here. We rest here for now.
Dear Nenio, did you know that the best folk remedy for snoring is a pillow pressed to the face of the snorer? Give it a try tonight if you hear anyone start to snore.
How very interesting. Thank you for the tip. The next person to snore will be subject to immediate experimental healing. This will be fascinating.
Like I said, I love Darren's interactions with everyone, and the fact that it just so happens to result in grievous bodily harm upon enemies. That's nothing to be concerned about. Right, conundrum solved we have not yet done. Oh, and we can also recruit. Mercenaries are awesome to recruit. Wait, you can recruit more? Oh, nice, nice. This is really nice. So many recruits. Right, this should be enough. This army, like all other armies, will take quite a while to properly build up, but getting all of the recruits and everything into this location, getting them all recruited will be so important, because they are quite devastatingly powerful clerics, because they can heal again. Like, healing is so ridiculously powerful.
Let us be off.
Right. Because I am here, like, I immediately get the effect of that, but we don't get the effect of the rest here. Alright, let's... a wounded elf, huh? Well, there were lots of wounded in Knabas. Who wounded him? In what way? Nivea appears relaxed, even nonchalant, but her eyes gleam attentively, and her hands, as if by coincidence, are resting on her belt next to her weapon. How should I know? Must have been demons. If the wound was serious, I doubt he was fully recovered from it. Maybe if you could point me towards a healer, I could... The woman, wrapped in all rags all the way up to her arms, turns around at the sound of your footsteps. Damn it! In lightning fast motion, the Nivea knocks something from the woman's hands. An amulet that seemingly appeared from nowhere. What's the rush, sweetheart? The commander and me, we've got a couple questions for you. So, you want to escape this time? Who are you? And why are you hiding your face? You hear a heavy sigh coming from under the shawl. Fine, you got me. But we'll talk, but not here. Take me somewhere away from prying eyes. She's all yours, Commander. I caught her, I handed her over, and now, as they say, I wash my hands of this whole affair. What do you want from me, soldier? In an exasperated gesture, she rips the half-mask off her face. And you see her black skin and crimson eyes. It's Kalesa, the elf you met in Knabras. So you can just do a lawful action in attacking her. But no. Why did you follow my army? To find someone. His masters want me dead, which means I will die sooner or later. After a pause, she narrows her eyes and spits out. But that doesn't mean I'll lie down and accept my fate. I am no lamb to the slaughter. I won't be waiting kindly for an executioner to come for me, knife in hand. Never again. Are you a spy? Her Scarlet eyes flash defiantly, and she mutters through her teeth. I'm not going to hide it. I've come here to commit a violent and bloody act, but I do not serve the demons, and I won't do you or your forces any harm. Alright, I'll leave you be. By the way, he's in the tent. How nice of you, soldier. So, I met some other drow. They serve demons. And the Mars minions. The words escape her lips before she is able to stop them. Then she looks at you with visible irritation. One of Descari's servants is a powerful elf by the name of Anamora, and those corrupted elves are lackeys. Don't ask me how I know this or why my appearance is similar to theirs. I'm not your enemy, but if you see them, kill them without remorse. Alright then. Go. My gut tells me it's time. I was leaving too. It's dangerous to stay here. Farewell, soldier. And this is how I discovered that there are earth elementals here. Like, you can inform Fern of it. I won't. I dislike Fern, the rather sanctimonious prick. Yeah, Anivia isn't here at the moment, which is, well, good enough. Weaponry that we have gotten, we have gotten the Tyranny of Mind. This one will not be sold, because we are getting a good archer that I actually like as a person in a few, well, not a few, but like we're pretty damn near getting the archer. These two are also going to be put away. Any of these any good? No. Ooh, midnight soup. Right then. Inventory. Usable. Notable. Midnight soup. Rest. In a safe place. Begin resting.
Too bad I didn't know about your village. My friends and I could have left the streets and lived with you like a family.
I'm afraid you wouldn't be welcome there either. You think too kindly of us. Even our tribe had its cast-offs and pariahs.
Right,
Follow me.
outside. No, I did not want to rest. Outside. I wanted to turn the camera. I did not want to hit the rest button. Right then. Blacksmith. You get to pay for my armor this time. Any good weaponry that he has not ready? I mean, there's a bunch of good cold iron and masterwork weaponry, but nothing really.
March on.
Right. Camellia is wearing a +2 chain shirt. Yeah, this should be just about enough. This is more than well enough for the mission we are going to be undertaking, which is saving Rachel Dawn. Torrential terrain, rather. Damn it. And now the reliable redoubt. Looks like the Hell Knight continued to fight even in the air. Commander, come quickly. From the mountain you see a raided camp and two groups of warriors, one wearing white and yellow and the other in black. They are led by tall men in white priest's robes. Some of the warriors glance around fretfully, their weapons shaking in their hands. You hear the screams of gargoyles from above. The beasts are approaching the camp.
Quickly, evacuate the wounded. The beasts are about to strike again. Use cloaks as stretchers. We've got to make it through. Paralictor, your people will have to cover us while...
2 more minutes left out in the open, and neither you nor I will have any troops left to order about, Crusader.
But the wounded...
Problem solved. Retreat to shelter.
And they execute their own wounded as well. If the man in white has anything further to add, his words are drowned out by the shrieks of the gargoyles as they fall from the sky. Hell Knights are a good source of heavy armor if you are doing that. The Paralictor will lead the unit to shelter. We need to get through them. And yeah, here, it looks like the Hell Knight
No time for debates.
continue to fight even in the air. Let's see. They both fell to the rocks and perished.
Precision and grace.
Nenio. Right, do these have spell resistance? No. Since you can't cast this spell there anyway. Like, there is another fight section which is down here at the camp. And then there is one in the place they retreated. And the place they retreated, we're all hunched up together, so yeah, we're not going to be fighting there. With AoEs at least.
Surrender or else.
Might as well cast them now.
We won't falter.
Also, how badly did the initiative go for Dayran?
I'll make short work of this.
If you would.
You should have listened to reason.
The light. Take you.
Too late for apologies.
Strike with all your might.
Stab you or zap you. Why not both?
And that should be enough. Again, these don't drop anything useful. So unfortunately, we are left with a bunch of corpses and nothing actually useful. We get some elemental essence, meteor dust, and 2 bazaars.
Let us be off.
this obstacle.
Let the duel commence.
Darren.
I will see to your demise.
There are the other ones.
We can do it!
Ember.
I'll hit you.
Precision and grace.
Distract them for me.
Nice.
The Inheritor, guide my blade!
Forwards!
Or
Mind over muscle.
I'll make short work of this.
Time to share your treasures.
No glory without risk!
We won't falter!
You won't stop us.
nice. Or did we obliterate the one that actually does draw blood? I think we might have. Alright. This is actually a pretty fun-ish interaction. It's an interesting interaction, let me put it that way. The sight before you is at once macabre and picturesque. A lifeless couple, a man and woman dressed in white and yellow priest robes, lie on the ground surrounded by the bodies of dead gargoyles. They are tangled in death. The claws of the monsters are tearing at the human's clothes, and the largest gargoyle's talon has pierced the man's chest and punctured his heart. But before they died, he or his companion has defeated the enemy. Suddenly, the woman opens her eyes. She doesn't look at you, but stares up at the world wound's horrific sky. Her pale lips open and she exhales abruptly. The sun will never rise again. There's only darkness above me. Even the sky here is cursed, and we along with it. Jaeger, walking in the front, steps over the man's body without looking, but turns at the sound of the woman's voice. The Mendevian faithful break too easily. Oh, if all Mendevian devotees broke so easily, I would be much happier. Unfortunately, most of them have good health, unconquerable will, and a never-ending desire to moralize. Darren is jeering, but looks at the wounded woman with hesitation. He shrugs. She's not just wounded. I can see the signs of severe exhaustion. I wonder what happened here. All people are easily broken. The knights in pale armor help each other through the horror. But the knights in black only break each other and everyone around here. A good action. You need help. You'll feel better now. The woman pushes you awake with a weak gesture. Expend your efforts on someone who can be helped. Leave me. My crusade is over. Who are you? What happened here? I am a priestess ardent Sarandari, and from the Order of the Sunless Sword. Next to me is Bloodrager, the head of our order. Sorrowful pride sounds in the wounded woman's voice. He has led our forces on raids to the world wound many times, but this campaign, the gargoyles attacked 3 nights ago, a vast number. We've never seen anything like it. Ashes organized our resistance with great skill, but While the monsters were distracting our fighters, a small group of them raided the camp and took our supplies. We were left without food and water in the middle of the whirlwind, where it's nearly impossible to find provisions. We shared the last crumbs of our supplies and set off back the way we came. Everyone was suffering from hunger and thirst. We grew weak and could barely fight back when these gargoyles struck for a second time. They snatched many of us away. I saw the pain on Ash's face when he encountered the losses, but he managed to rally us. We continued our trek and soon came across traces of a recent battle. Someone had destroyed a troop of demon worshippers. In our desperation, we decided to follow the strangers, to warn them of the gargoyles and seek their help, having no idea they were Hell Knights. But we received only scorn. Every gulp of water in my unit is accounted for, they said. They spared us 2 flasks and a sack of dried bread. They said we were allowed to keep the sack to use as bandages. 2 flasks between all of us, and a sack for bandages. Hell Knights. Sita curls her fists and almost grunting through her clenched teeth. I'd rather ally with a flesh-eating poisonous worm. Don't expect any goodness from those Blackthorn cans. If you meet them, count yourself lucky if you don't end up nailed to the nearest fence post. What happened after that? The gargoyles attacked, despite how the Hell Knight Paralector had treated us. Ashes endeavored to help them, had us carry the wounded, but that monster had them slaughtered. Ashes was beside himself. It's difficult to conceive of such evil. He told our people to go with the Hell Knights to find shelter, while he stayed to cover our retreat. He was a strong cleric, but as he treated our wounded, he neglected himself, and he paid for it. Your commander can't be helped, but you're still alive. Allow me to help you and come with us, please. The woman looks at you wistfully. Why? So many deaths, so many sacrifices, such bravery. All for what? No, I will not go with you, stranger. My commander and I will die by what we lived for. Compassion and nobility. I don't want to keep fighting for a world that bows to such laws. May the goddess forgive me. Farewell. The woman closes her eyes, exhausted. I'm sorry these good people treated you this way. If you don't have the strength to go any further, rest. We will continue your crusade. I promise you. Jaeger shakes his head. Commander, I'm not one to advise you, but you're wasting your time on this fool. And the gargoyles will soon be back. That's their usual tactic. Fly up, regroup, and attack again. I'm going back to my unit now, and I advise you not to stay here long either. And by the way, this is Asus. He has a Bastard Sword of Hope and full plate armor, which is actually really good. If it weren't for the fact that our heavy armor character is wearing something that grants a +2 bonus to Constitution. If it weren't for that, like in terms of AC, this one is just equal. It changes flat-footed, but lowers flat-footed, but increases touch. So, like, that's just. Also, Bastard Sword, exotic proficiency group. It's a +2 mithril Bastard Sword. When it confirms a critical hit, it restores 1d8 +5 HP to the wielder. It can only be wielded by lawful good, lawful neutral, or neutral good characters. And there are like 3 of them in the game. And also, this Sunrise Sword Priestess has a potion of cure wounds. She can just, like, cure her wounds with that. However, she was quite clearly involved with Ashes. Like, that's quite clear to me, at least. So, the fact that she would rather die than live without Ashes,
Follow me.
that's a thing you can do. Okay, now blow these up, Nenio, please.
We will be victorious.
See? Nanio deals lots of damage. It's great.
Strike with all your might.
Darren, if you would be a deer. Waljev, you can stay here. Right, you need to switch and walk away a bit. Because there will be reinforcements that land like here.
Can't you just die already?
We can do it.
Darren, if you would break these bones. Waljev.
Cover me, all right? Didn't know I had it in me.
And yeah, cleric can bless.
Surrender or else.
Sila can take care of this one. And it's just far enough
Listen to
away
reason.
that it won't falter to that. Why is it concealed? Nope, no clue.
Precision and grace.
And this is what I meant by the reinforcements will soon arrive. Well, Jeff,
Zap you. One apple.
old person is really difficult to cast upon a child of freedom. Like, this character mythic path for Instrument of Freedom. You cannot be like have a hold person attack. Right then, Ember,
Too late
please.
for apologies.
The light take you!
Nenio.
I'll remove this obstacle.
Remy can take care of that one. Darren.
I'll make short work of this.
Distract them for me.
I'll hit you.
The Inheritor, guide my blade.
Mind over muscle.
Emmett. Alright, because Nenio has bite, she has double attack. That's probably where the confusion in
Strike
the
with all your might.
thing always comes from.
Out
Darren.
of my sight.
Time to share your treasures.
You won't stop us.
Into the fray!
Good. Finally.
You're irrelevant.
We can do it.
Darren. Emmett. Would have been good if you managed to like. Okay, it costs Shield of Faith. Okay, it's dead.
Surrender or else.
No matter what happens, it is dead.
You should have listened to reason.
Forward.
So yeah, we can get Scroll of Inflict Wounds. We will leave these here, at least for now. We might afterward get them. Get the armors. But the armors are ridiculously heavy. And should only be gotten at the end. Really. It's a 90% chance to pick the lock.
This is my kind of work.
And we get a medium barding armor. The muscle warmer. Gets a +2 gets a +2 competence bonus against saving throws versus movement impairing effects, as well as a let's see, all of this are just load. It gets a resistance of a coldness resistance of 10 and a a cold resist of +10 and a +2 competence bonus on
Success worthy of praise.
+2 competence bonus on attacking on saving throws versus muscle impairing things, movement impairing spells. Also, demonic energy has polluted the earth, creating tumors filled with poison. Right then, this here is a second one.
March on.
Knight Commander, I presume. Your glory precedes you. I am Reginald de Renge, Herelictor of the Order of the Godclaw, and temporary officer of the Joint Unit of Hell Knights and the Order of the Sunrise Sword. You and your people should take positions. The gargoyles are regrouping. We expect they will attempt to break through in 5 to 6 minutes.
A Paralictor indeed. Impressive.
Are you in command of this unit? Oh, no? Then step aside and let me discuss the matter with the commander.
A joint unit?
Forcibly joined. The leader of the Order of the Sunrise Sword was unable to get to safety, which is not surprising, considering his, shall we say, excessive scrupulousness and sluggishness. Given the extreme situation, I took command of his people.
Just great. Paladins and Hell Knights all in the one troop. It's like catching the plague and the pox at the same time.
Technically speaking, there isn't much in common between these events. While paladins may truly not be frequent members of Hell Knight orders, except for the Order of the Godclaw, of course, the probability of contracting both plague and the pox is not all that low. One would simply have to engage in debauchery during an epidemic.
Yeah. And we haven't seen that happen at all. That's something that would never happen.
My favorite pastime.
Aw, Nenio, you're no fun.
It's supposed to be good when different people unite. We're here for a common cause. But it still gives me the creeps for some reason. Hell Knights shouldn't be allowed to get their claws into our paladins. It's wrong.
Alright, we need to get rid of the gargoyles, then we'll talk.
Agreed. Be ready, Commander. This attack may be worse than the last one.
Oh, it will be. It will also, however,
Let's have
be
some fun.
rather easily repelled. Remy, if you would please rage. And all of those all get their own turn next time. That's so fun. But yeah, Hellbites. Derogatory.
I will see to your demise.
Too late for apologies.
Mind over muscle.
And yes, they do have access to Smite. Good.
We won't falter.
Oh, come on!
The
I know that we can do better than that. Spite. Chaos. Unfortunately, the NPCs here will usually waste their attacks.
Cover me, all right?
Armatures are not yet fully Hell Knights.
Precision and grace.
Well,
I'll hit you.
what are they called? Hell Knights are fully indicted in order. Armatures are the ones in training still.
You're irrelevant.
That's basically the way to see it. Amy?
Strike with all your might.
The Inheritor, guide my blade.
I can't die now. I'm not nearly rich enough.
And yes, these attack now. Who went down? Oh, it's just one of the NPCs. Damn, that sounds harsh. Well, Jeff.
Stab you or zap you? Why not both?
Darren.
I'll make short work of this.
Go.
You should have listened to reason.
And yes, there is a cleric over there.
We can do it.
No glory without risk.
Hold person upon departure. Like, yeah, you might hold person, but they tend not to be that good at
Distract them
actually
from me.
holding people. Like, yeah, they have to waste their
Out
turn.
of my
But
sight.
You won't stop us.
good. Rachel can take care of that one. Smite good upon Remy. Rachel will take care of those. Nania. Grow person upon Remy. Or enlarge person rather. Okay. Character, how much AC do I currently have? -1 from size, yeah.
Forward.
Into the fray.
have to share your treasures.
Nice. That's good. Dayran, if you would please heal our living members. 2 smite goods, an enlarged person, and a permanent blood rage. Fuck, I love this. Nenio.
I'll remove this obstacle.
We won't falter.
The light take you!
Limit. Who dares harm Ember?
Cover me, all right?
I'm wounded.
Dayran again. Heal the living. Remy for 21. Yeah, 21 hit points. That's quite a lot.
You're irrelevant.
One Sunrise Sword Archer.
Strike with all your might.
Scylla.
The Inheritor, guide my blade!
Oh, blindness from Blackadder Phantom. And it is based upon... Okay. Yeah.
Stab you or zap you? Why not both?
Darren... Neutralize poison. Ember.
Yes.
Mind over muscle.
This is a Gargoyle High Cleric.
We can do it.
Scylla.
Into the fray!
Distract them for me.
Surrender or else.
Rachel.
Should have
Finally.
listened to reason. I'll remove this obstacle.
1 hit. Okay. Now we can talk to Paralictor Rector. Also inflict critical wounds. It's the cure serious wounds, but you know, in the inflict series spells. We also get Inspired Wisdom Band, which is useful for some creatures. Not our class though. Not our classes, rather. Alright, Rachel? You two, check the area. Mark any potential shelters that offer protection against aerial attacks. Quartermaster, inventory the remnants of the camp. I want to make sure that the gargoyles only abducted people and weren't interested in anything else. Send any messengers immediately to our scout squads and order them to return to camp. And I need a full list of casualties. The sooner, the better. Commander, your arrival was well timed. Now we can finally talk. I am quite interested in the events that occurred at the Great Garrison, and I suppose you have questions for me as well. What do you want to know about what happened at the Great Garrison? Any shift in the balance of power during this war has a direct impact on my mission. If a new player appears who is capable of fighting demons effectively, then I am ready to support that person with all the resources I have at my disposal. Rachel speaks pensively as if talking to himself. But naturally, I cannot blindly trust a stranger, even one marked by the gods. Well, you have every right to doubt. I usually don't trust strangers either. So we understand each other. Thank you, Commander. Rachel nods, more to himself than to you. Is there anything you'd like to know before we move on to more serious issues? What are you going to do now after the gargoyle attack? I will wait for my remaining fighters to return. What you see here is only a small part of my forces. As for my long-term plans, that depends on the results of our conversation, Commander. Rachel narrows his eyes. Before we move on to serious subjects, I'd like to address an organizational issue regarding my unit. You may wish to be present. Jaeger steps forward and salutes with a clenched fist to his chest. Paralictor, permission to report. During the first gargoyle attack, I determined it necessary to leave my post. I swam over the river, found the commander's army, and asked them to provide assistance. Rachel nods. The reinforcements were very much needed. You will earn a double salary for your resourcefulness, Jaeger, and 100 lashes for abandoning your post. The young knight grows a little pale, but immediately salutes again. Yes, Paralictor. So, you can be chaotic here. I wonder if it's foolish and overly harsh to punish Jaeger for leaving his post when he did it to bring help. It would be foolish and harsh, but entirely lawful to execute him for desertion. Rachel peers at Jaeger with his pale yellow eyes. Did you know the location of the commander's squad, Knight? No, Paralictor. I assumed I might meet friendly troops on the other side of the river, but I couldn't know for sure. You see, Commander? Of course, I could be gracious and look the other way, but that would mean during the next battle, 10 or 20 of my people will think it's high time they ran to get help. Initiative requires reasonable limits. Not to mention, 100 lashes is hardly a punishment for a true Hell Knight. I'd say it's more of a spiritual warm-up. Jaeger gives you a serious look. Thank you for your concern, Commander, but I do not wish to evade fair punishment. I wouldn't be a Hell Knight if I did. Oh, the Paralictor. The epitome of ruthlessness. The young knight singly devoted to his ideals. So far, so dull. What could it be that our Jaeger holds it under for his commander? I heard that sort of thing is rampant in the military. What a relief it is to know that such tawdriness could never afflict our valiant crusaders. Darren smirks. Isn't that right, Raimi? You're not about to force yourself on some poor lovesick fool who isn't lucky enough to be under your command while knowing His love is doomed to be unrequited. So you can be fun and hear the acid in his words, or you can be just slightly lovesick. Let's just make certain that this doesn't actually have a run romance. There is a very good comprehensive guide on what exactly affects Dayran's trust counter and everything. Right. Right. Yeah, no, that's a minus. That should be a minus. Okay. Okay, yeah. Right then. This one doesn't do anything. A fool whose love is doomed to be unrequited. Well, you can't be referring to yourself. Of course not. You may have doomed me to languishing in the army, but fortunately I'm not in love with you. Although, Darren pauses and casts an appraising eye your way, as though seriously considering the prospect. No, still nothing. I'm not in love with you. Everything's so strange. They marching columns through the thicket, even though there's a regular smooth road nearby. Don't even try to figure out how their minds work. You'll make yourself crazy. Although, I suppose it's a little late for you. Rachel, who has watched you closely throughout your entire conversation, nods to himself. Now, for a more delicate issue. You, Commander, were interested in our dispute with the Knights of the Order of the Sunrise Sword, correct? The forces in Cannabis suffered great losses in the demon attack, and now their leader has perished and his troops are in trouble. They are reeling with no command structure. Their order will hardly be able to recover from the losses they've suffered. So, what are you getting at? These fighters aren't the finest material I've worked with, but if I assume formal command of them, I'll be able to reforge them into weapons of reasonable quality. One or two of them might even become true Hell Knights. The rest will be put to good use as well. Right. You can be lawful, you can be chaotic or good. If you are chaotic, Rachel looks at the warriors in white and yellow, shifting cheerlessly from one foot to another. Initiatives of the Sunrise Sword. Your leader is dead. The Order has suffered serious losses and will not be able to recover. You may return to Mendev to join another Crusader Order and hope they don't meet the same fate as the Sunrise Sword. Or you may remain under my command. I will not promise that it will be easy, or that our making will be constricted by your principles. What I can promise you is this. Under my command, you will never again feel like a helpless mice in the talons of a ravenous raptor. Does that mean we've worked off your precious resources you spend on us? The water, medicine, and bandages? Yells one of the knights in white and yellow. I wouldn't make such an offer if I thought you were useless garbage. The initiates of the Sunrise Sword consult with each other for a time, and then one of them, a young woman in knight's armor, steps forward. Thank you for your trust, Paralector. We'll stay and are ready to obey your orders. In due course, I will review your troops and make any necessary decisions regarding your role in my unit. Rachel turns to you. And now, Commander, for the most important issue. Cooperation between our forces. We do have a common enemy and a common battlefield. You are looking at me strangely, Paralector. When we discussed the Jaeger's punishment, and when we were deciding the fate of the Samurai's sword, it's as if you are testing me. Rachel lowers his head in a gesture that might be read as respectful. I do not believe I made any attempt to conceal my interest in you, both as a new and strong leader in the region, as well as the bearer of a highly unusual power. Of course, I'd like to know what's inside your head. One could say it's my duty. Well, my army and I are going to Dresden to free the city from demons. You can join forces with us. Dresden, an ambitious goal, but most reasonable. Imagine how such a victory would rally all the separate bands of today's Crusaders under one banner. And we certainly need a base of operation inside the Whirlwind. I stand ready to support you. Moreover, I can accompany you in your campaign. However, I would remind you that Hell Knights are outside of Mendev's jurisdiction. My unit and I will join your forces and obey your orders, but only for as long as I deem that our goals coincide. I like his eyes. They're still bright. Neither the darkness nor the paleness has taken them, for now. Hell no. We don't need the likes of these black-armored statues. I don't want to fight side by side with someone who will slit my throat if I'm weak and wounded. You can't defeat one evil by inviting an equal but slightly more organized evil into your ranks. Slightly more organized than the demons? I consider that an insult. It's a deal. Sorry, Sela, but it's a deal. Yes, Commander. My forces and Rachel Deranger are at your disposal. And so we now have access to Rachel. Not that I'm going to get him in my party very often, but he has some actually really, really useful abilities. Alright, level 7. We get damage reduction. Subtract 1 from any damage takes each time he is dealt damage by a weapon or natural attack. So yeah, we have a DR1. Athletics and persuasion are our skills of choice as well. We can get cleaving finish, which is the one that really makes this all shine. This one makes cleave shine, because then whenever we hit something and kill it, we also get that. Okay, spells. We get level 2 we get 2 level 1 spells, or no, we get 2 spells. What spells will we cast? +4 enhancement bonus to charisma, adding the usual benefits to charisma-based skill checks, and other uses for charisma. Bards, paladins, and sorcerers, and bloodragers affected by the spells do not gain any additional bonus spells for the increased charisma, but the save DC they cast while under the effect is increased. Cat's Grace is a dexterity increase. Like, these are all really awesome. Endurance is that. I think Bull Strength and Cat's Grace. Strength +4, Grace +4. Resist Energy is seen as useless because we get it as a class spell. And so we have bonus spell, Shield. Oh, that's why it's seen as a useless spell. Okay. Ha. And then spellbooks for displacement and haste. Right, these are done. These aren't yet. 2 Phantasmal Killers and a Shadow Conjuration. Phantasmal Killer is an awesome spell. It is really good. Right, these are all good. Level 2. Effortless Armor no longer reduces your speed. Yeah, that one is pretty awesome. Protection from Chaos and Evil Communal. That is pretty damn awesome spell, actually. And this is a spellbook, so I can just change it anyway. Huh. Alright then. Save the game. Because we need to make a mobility check. Actually, since it's just damage, and we are going to rest after this anyway. We get loot. We get a Ring of Protection +2, Tailsting and Demonic Heart, and this is the skeleton of a man wearing the armor of First Crusader. You have met the enemy Remy, who possesses the ability damage reduction. Yeah, so that's fun. And here is a Sunrise Crusader. We're still alive. Praised be Saranray. They worship the sun. And they these worship the sun and, you know, take yeah. So he does that gesture for reasons that should probably be an obvious reference. Should doesn't always mean is though, so right. Loot. Might as well take this one. Now then, back to the camp, sell it all, and then we advance once more. No, wait, not travel yet. Second army. Damn it. These are really, really good. These are really good. They are also immune to mind affecting things. And suddenly we have a 5th level army. Like, that's what I mean with really, really good. Fire upon these, because these are immune to fire. Right, you will wait until the end of the turn. They get smut. Next turn, that one will win. Alright, these deal more damage the more squares they move every turn. Lay on hands. Others is a full action. Triborax. This one. And now we have one. After the battle, one of the soldiers noticed a half-effaced inscription on a nearby stone. What remained of the engraving led the Crusaders to a secluded cave, where they found a stash of miscellaneous relics that some selflessly devoted clerics had managed to rescue from the fallen Dresden. They also discovered flasks of sanctified oil and boxes of reagents for rituals and sacred masses. It would appear the brave priests hid their sacred artifacts in one final attempt to save them from the demonic threat. You are going to basically always be short on on a good amount of material points until you get your economy set up, at which point suddenly you're short on everything else. So let's just show off what this fight is like and why I consider it a folly to attempt this right now. Right, lower these as much as possible because these attack and instantly remove entire units. That's why I think it is a complete waste of time. So, load this up. Insert Solera joke here. Yeah, basically. But yeah, this is why I enjoy this fight, but I am not going to fight that army until way later, when I have access to the teleportation network you get eventually. Right. Travel there. Cancel. We are going to rest somewhere safe after I sell everything. Because while the half plate is nice, it's not going to be that nice. Show me what you have. 4 half plates, breastplate, and a full plate. And this is not enhanced, so that's already a shitload. This one is like I said, there are like 3 best sorts of hope in the game. It's not unique, but it's damn good either way. Deal this. Not really interested in any of the weapons he sells. Right then, Commander's tent. Nivea. So, tell me straight, how'd that battle all at the garrison end? I heard the rumors, of course. That's kind of my job, you know, to listen. You've no idea what the cobblers, the Crusaders say about you. Some say that Iomade came to you and appointed you a herald. Others say that you died, and an honest-to-God angel is now leading the army disguised as you. Still others say it was just an explosion in an alchemist lab. And I'm the one spreading rumors about your powers. I wish. But, you know, you really have changed since the Great Garrison. It's hard to describe, but you've become kinda... more? More is the word I would say. More charismatic, I guess? More dangerous. I have a gut instinct about these things. If I didn't, I'd already be dead. You're dangerous, Commander. And by Desna, I hope you'll be dangerous to our enemies and not to us. Or to yourself. So, you can do Erebeth Ponter Sword to pay for your treatment. Treatment for what? Never, ever do that to, like, if you find out someone is trans and it's not directly from them, never bother them for that. That's like, no, just no. Where are you from? Nowhere. I was blown in by the wind and found in the cabbage spite. Sorry, that's an old habit of mine. I don't like blabbing about my past, but you saved my past, so I kinda owe it to you not to clown around, right? I'm from Nidal, and I wouldn't wish my homeland on my worst enemy. You've heard of the place, I'm sure, ruled by monsters that aren't alive nor dead, and the official religion is the cult of Zon-Cthon. I grew up in a slum, like a weed between the cobblestones. I didn't have a dad, but I had lots of aunts and uncles. My mom's cronies. No prize for guessing what kind of business she was involved in. They gave me a set of lockpicks as soon as I could hold a spoon, and while other kids were picking their noses, I was picking pockets. When I was 12, the monks of the Silent Shroud came for us. Creepy guy with their mouths soon shut. They're the guards of Nisroth. Mom gave me to her friends, and we hid in the secret temple of Desna. I never saw my mom again. I lay low in the temple for the next few years, kept my head down. I washed floors, fetched water, listened to sermons. Funny thing, after a while I started liking Desna's teaching. But as soon as I was old enough, I was out of there. I left Nidal and got as far away as I could. Quite a ragtag group you've got there, from nobles to street thieves. You got that right, huh? Only the best for you. What do you do if knights and nobles fail to save the town? The lowlifes are our only hopes. So, how did you meet Erebeth? I was bumming around town for a while back, doing this and that. Desna and temples sometimes gave me odd jobs, you know? Sometimes they needed people with skills like mine. On the surface, it was fine, I guess. After Nidal, the freedom of the River Kingdoms should have seemed like heaven. My chance to sit back and enjoy life. But I wasn't happy. There just wasn't any joy in my new life. I was all alone. No one cared about me, and I didn't care about anybody either. I struggled to find a reason to drag myself out of bed every morning. Tying a stone around my neck and jumping into the nearest river started to look pretty appealing. One day, I was hired to follow some fellas who the local authorities suspected were Rosmiran spies. I was stupid. I made a rookie mistake and they caught me. It's like my body had already decided to do what my mind had been fighting. To finally put me out of my misery. Get someone else to kill me since I didn't have the guts to do it myself. They grabbed me and I thought they'd gut me on my sword. But instead, they'd hogtied me and dragged me off. And just like an animal going to the slaughter, my only thought was, let's get this over with. They brought me to their stinking cave, threw me on their altar, and then I realized who they were. Kuthites, from Nidal. They tracked me down after all those years. But I didn't care anymore. Wouldn't even cared if they'd eaten me or whatever. We all gotta go sometime, right? So I was lying there, staring at those knives pointed at me, when fate rolled the dice, and I hit the jackpot. Erebeth. There she was, storming into the cave. Picture it, I'm lying on an altar with all these knife-wielding maniacs around me, and suddenly Erebeth storms in. I thought it was Adomede herself, fierce in her shining armor, and with her gleaming sword raised. She made quick work of those scumbags, chopped them up just like that. Didn't even have time to blink. She untied me and then she looked through the papers they had on the table and she started swearing like a sailor. So much for Iomade, huh? So, how did you and Erebeth end up in Knabas? After almost becoming a human sacrifice, I knew I never wanted to leave Erebeth's sides. Desna knows I fell for her instantly, and I fell hard. My misery was gone, and when Erebeth showed me what was in those papers, proof that the cultists had a nest in her home city, well, I offered help without a second thought. She must have figured I couldn't wait to get my revenge on the cultists. But I didn't give a damn about them. It was her. I'd go anywhere with her, even on a crusade, or in the jaws of a dragon. But I took to life in Canabras like a duck to water. I used to be an outcast wherever I went, but half of the crusaders are the same. After all, who'd volunteer to dangle with demons on the edge of the abyss? You gotta be either a goody two-shoes with too much honor and free time, or a misfit with no life out in the normal world with normal people. People come here to run away from their depths, their pasts, from themselves, so I fit right in. So what's it like living with Erebeth? It's like living. Without her, I wouldn't be. Seriously, if I were alone, I'd definitely be gone right now. Sure, sometimes we argue, can't deny that. Sometimes we bang our fists on the table and yell so loud that the walls shake. That's all about order business. But head on, well, give you an example. I've kind of always wanted to move out of that broom closet we call our house and into somewhere cozier. It ain't like they take a vow of poverty at the Eagle Watch, but every month, somehow, most of our spare money is spent on crusader business. Sure, I get mad about it, but it's part of why I love her so much. You know, Erebeth has that whole thing that matters most for a person. A purpose in life. She's always got a reason for whatever she's doing. Her whole life is a crusade. I just drifted around like a leaf on the wind until Desna brought us together. Now she's the meaning of my life. So, it really makes no difference if we live in the mansion or under a bush. Thank you for your answers, Olivia. Thanks for asking. Telling you all this kind of make me feel better. So, let's rest here. But yeah, like, the gaze. This is awesome and I love it. I love it so much. Just the amount of character that's in there. I read in a book by one great thinker that the further we are from civilization, the less civilized we become. As the stone walls, law scrolls, and the expectation to eat at the table with a tablecloth are all that stands between us and barbarism. If that is true, I'm reluctant to see a more feral Hereditarian Erende. So, upgrade. Rachel, by the way, is an interesting study in contrast because his character build is absolute shit. Yet his character is do what's optimal even if you dislike it. So, you know, fun study in contrasts there. Right then. Area exit. Let's go like this. Our armies have some movement points still. Not a lot, but some. Luckily, this army isn't going to move and attack us. That would be from... Ooh, there's someone on the road. Get ready. This, I believe, is the next story point. After which we will probably stop at reasons. No, this isn't. This is... is this the skeleton merchant?
No time for debates.
No. This is that.
Surrender or else.
Raimi, rage if you would be a bear.
Cover me, all right?
The light take you!
I will see to your demise.
Too late for apologies.
Menu. Nah,
You're irrelevant.
we're not going to grow.
We won't falter!
We will do that in the next
Why not both?
part.
The inheritor, guide my blade!
Terribly sorry. Come to my camp if you want to talk. I have much to share with you. A friend. Drawn on the back of the note is a map with crossed lines marking a spot. He is actually a good friend and should be visited every so often. This character makes a lot of sense about certain things. And is also good about giving us information that we need. Where is the areas you can exit though? I completely forgot to look through this.
Follow me.
Leave. An underground hideout. Heaven's Edge. Inconspicuous camp. But first, a leper smile. Danger and distress rest heavy upon the scales, their measure soaring on the perilous march to the Rezen. The army moves steadily along the bank of the West Salan, scarred with canyons and ravines. Suddenly, a group of scouts returns. Nivea, the leader of the group, makes two urgent signs to the soldiers. Wait and quiet. She dashes through the ranks to the commander who awaits her report. We're in trouble, she whispers. The road ahead is split by a canyon. To get to Rezen, we'll have to go down and then up the other side. But the canyon is swarming with foul creatures, Vescavors. A real pain in the neck. They won't shy away from our soldiers' weapons. And they've already managed to gobble up someone. It looked like a caravan of refugees that lost its from Canabras, that lost its way. No one has ever reported Vescavors so far from the center of the worldwood. Where did they come from? And if you bite suddenly, they still haven't noticed us, but that won't hold true for long. Maybe if we retreat quickly. Right. Convene a council. The commander and her companions convene a field council. The army cannot march around the obstacle, for there is no other road. Retreat is far too risky. Should the swarm notice the army and catch it out in the open, no one would survive. None utters the word trap, but the fear hangs in the air. A swarm of omnivorous beasts just happens to be in the army's path. Someone has rearranged this for their own nefarious ends. Rustling, grating, squeaking, humming. Everyone hears the voice of the swarm, though the sky before the army remains clear for now. how long until it is darkened by the flying spawn of the abyss? An idea, a decision straight and sharp like a soldier's sword, appears in their mind. Crusaders' Council grows grim. One unit must act as live bait to lure the swarm out of the canyon and clear the path to the Vescivore Queen. The commander will rush the monster, killing her quickly before the swarm decimates the army. They will get but one chance. A dark question looms. Who will lead the faithful squad and be consumed as bait? In moments of extreme stress, one often says one thing while meaning quite another. These hidden words often reveal many a curious thing. And what do we see here? Irbeth. Nobody says. Why, I'm an officer, best suited for the mission. But in truth, she means I cannot burden another with my responsibility. Remy, send me! Nura, the historian, emerges with an unexpected suggestion from behind the commander's back. And this is just the sort of situation where ingenuity and the knowledge of the enemy will be more useful than swords and spears. While she speaks, she thinks, I need to prove myself. The queen has yet to disclose her presence and watches quietly from a distance. The commander thinks that she should look into the face of her companions. The Hell Knight, Regil, steps forward. My people will fight to the last, even as the swarm tears through her armor and strips the flesh from her bones. But his motives are plain. My superiority over the Crusaders will not permit me to cower behind them. I've eaten so many bugs in my life, it's only fair to give them a chance at revenge. The mongrel hides his fears in plain sight. I'm a dead man walking already, with a life such as mine is worthless. And silently he begs for more. Sacrifice me, or give me the chance to prove myself. The ones who distract the swarm will need a healer. Social is the only one who speaks plainly. A healer might bring a few through the Vescivore's life. The rest of the council remains silent, and this silence is filled by a chorus of there are others better suited, and the commander needs me alive. Does the commander hear these unspoken words? What will they lead her to decide? The faithful troop will be led by Social. Okay, so every single option here leads to a hit in morale. Like, they are sending out a troop to be bait, to be live bait. Every single option will lead to a hit in morale. Every option, except for Socials, will also lead to a loss in troops. Socials, however, is by far the most horrifying. This is going to get gory. Social. The commander and the party disappear among the rocks, preparing to slip down into the canyon while the swarm is distracted by the bait. A tight-lipped Nevia shows the way. Behind them, the final preparations are being made. Social's eyes grow cloudy for a moment. There are few creatures as abominable for a follower of Shalin as Vescivores, devourers of flesh and destroyers of matter. This trial will not be easy. The soldiers tread fearfully down the road toward the dark edge of the canyon ahead. The rift that yawns open before them whispers, rasps and rattles in thousands upon thousands of voices. Vescivores gather, but the sky is open above them, and the flying creatures might rise up and attack at any moment. The soldiers soon find the first body, the mangled corpse of a refugee from Canabras. A few straggling Vescivores wriggle inside the dead man's gaping chest, tiny larvae in greenish shell, all shuffling legs and unhinging claws. They don't seem menacing at all. But then the rasping noise stops for a moment, and a high, vibrating noise pierces the air with new force. A blur of blackish green cloud raises above the canyon. The swarm has taken the bait. The time to act has come. The leader of this faithful squad shouts that they shall hold the position and fight for the soldiers' lives. If you scatter, Social can't heal them all. If they hold position, Social can heal them all. He will heal them all. While they're being eaten alive, they will be healed and returned back to health. And they will be eaten alive and healed and returned back to health. So hold the position and fight for the soldiers' lives. Standing in the open, in the middle of a formation of soldiers, Social utters a prayer to Shalyn. From the outside, it would appear that the cloud of Vescivores will in a moment fall from above and destroy their forces. Hundreds of the spawn of the abyss gnaw on bodies and armor, destroying as they consume. But the cleric's power flows forth in waves, healing the wounds of his comrades. As if understanding who is to blame for the unexpected resistance, the spawn covers Social like a living carpet. The servant of Shalyn trembles, but does not move or halt his prayers. The soldiers look on with awe as though they are witnessing a holy miracle. The temporary success holds no true hope for the faithful troop. Their foe is no great beast, but 1,000,000 ravenous creatures, bringing with them the eternal hunger of the abyss. To fight them was to cry upon the wind. Their only hope was to rely on their commander, and hope that she was preparing to slay the Swarm King. What was happening down in that canyon at that very moment? So, deal with the Vescivore Swarm. You can split out here and deal with other enemies. However, every minute, real time, that you spend in this canyon, there will be a heavier hit on your units. And they won't like it. But some of your people won't like it either. So, accept this as our party. Spots of light and shadow dance along the walls of the canyon. High above your head, a swarm gathers, dark as a rain cloud. There are so many Vescivores that they block out the sun. Luckily, you've escaped the attention of the swarm, which is focused upon the troops you're using as bait. For now, at least. With a tired gesture, Olivia wipes the sweat and dust from her forehead. There's anxiety in her eyes. Commander, the beast we've come for is on the other end of the main corridor. There's lots of burrows, and plenty of beasts in them, but you better not delve too deep, or people won't hold out long enough for us to clear the whole area. On the other end, I saw the bodies of some poor caravanners down one of the side holes. They have some valuable stuff on them. The bugs will eat anything we don't grab. They can't tell the difference between flesh and steel. Wait. So they're eating all the treasure while we're standing around talking? What are we waiting for? There's no time. Come on, there's no time to lose. So, let's move. Good luck. I'm right behind you, covering your back. I'll catch up with you when it's time to deal with the queen. And she will actually catch up with you then. Like, that's really useful. Right. Vescivore swarms.
They are the darkness.
Are so annoying.
Distract them for me.
And they are also immune to like sneak attacks and everything, so I'm just glad that they don't try to destroy our army easily. And they will like that this.
Share your treasures.
You won't stop us. Mind over muscle.
The light. Take you.
March on.
Yeah, this is the main road.
Smile. The world's not ending just yet.
I refuse to accept their statement.
And these all, by the way, fly, so, you know, you can't really do much of anything against them.
I'll remove this obstacle.
Surrender or else!
Cover me, all right? Tactical retreat. No, it's all your fault.
We can do it!
You're irrelevant.
Too late for apologies.
I'll make short work of this.
See you later.
Glory without risk!
Forward!
Mind over muscle.
Good.
Onwards.
Where is... Ah, there is the crack in the ground that
Let us be
leads
off.
to this. The... Okay, best one has perception plus 13. It should be enough. The bottom of the canyon is split by a narrow crevice. About one stride across at its widest. It's easy enough to jump over, or in places even step across. The obstacle doesn't seem a problem, or even particularly notable, but as you draw closer, you hear a terrible droning sound coming from the crevice. It seems to be howling, as if it's alive. Oh no! Damn it! Damn it, there's an athletics check there to save someone who will fall. That's the first time I failed that
Let's move.
that perception check.
This is my path.
Cast upon yourself. Bull's strength. You
You require my unbiased opinion?
cast upon Remy. Grow person.
Adventures await.
Theron, open this by casting Bonebreaker,
I'm always open to ideas.
and you cast this.
Do not waver!
Ah, annoying. That
Out
feels
of
still
my
come.
sight.
Dispel resistance. Ember!
I'll hit you!
We won't falter.
And here is Anivia
Into the fray!
being awesome. She is under the effect of Cat's Grace, I believe. I believe that's Cat's Grace indeed. Yeah, should be. Theron. Phantasmal Killer, or like this is Shadow Conjuration. Use material from the plane of shadows to shape objects in quasi-real illusions of one or more creatures, objects, or forces. Any like these deal. It's basically every spell, except just a bit different. Any sorcerer spell except just a bit different. Or wizard spell maybe as well. Phantasmal Killer. Fails to overcome. Okay. 14 temporary hit points plus 71 permanent ones.
Strike with all your might.
Sela, if you would smite evil. And then, oh, I don't know. Just attack. Well, Jeff.
Stab you or zap you? Why not both?
Baron, you heal. Because holy shit do they need it.
You won't stop us.
Right, Phantasmal Killer again. Yeah. Possible to break it, but difficult.
The Inheritor, guide my blade.
Distract them for me.
Nice. And then Nivea can take it out. Good, good, good. Unleashing her last shriek, the Swarm Queen slumps to the ground. Immediately, as if by magic, the distant sounds of battle begin to subside. Several small beasts sit on their mother's body, sinking their mandibles into it. The canyon drowns in the waves of sand, a sweet soporific with a hint of vomit, like the crackle in the air before a storm. I can't breathe. I need some fresh air. Get me out of this disgusting hole. Agreed. Mind you, I've had cause to see holes a good deal more disgusting than this in my time. But they are few and far between. Have the fumes gone to your head, Count? Look at you, cracking jokes like the worst kind of bard. That's it, you filth. No more flying. It's good we got rid of her without suffering more losses. Just a little longer and we would have been forced to bury lots of our fighters in this cursed lands. Suddenly, Nivea stops. Her nostrils flare and her eyes scan the floor and the walls of the canyon. She squats, pokes at some lumps of slimy substance, and lifts on up to look more closely. Smells them and cringes. You smell it too, right? A suspiciously familiar stink. Ha! Nivea rubs a ball of greenish slime in her hand. I bet my life that your gear had this nasty stench when we were entering the canyon. I saw the queen bug spraying it around to summon her spawn to her. By the way, did you know that smells are extremely effective in attracting attention not only in the insect world? For example, a tavern keeper in Canabras can, for 10 minutes, purposely and doggedly search for a rotten fish that turns out to be in the pocket of his apron. Let's see if we can find the source of that smell on my equipment. You and Nivea search through your things and quickly find the source of the smell. A thin handkerchief. Looks like it's been soaked in something like the Swarm Queen's slime. Well, I'll be damned. When the queen was spraying the sweet-smelling goop around, the swarm flew to it like flies to jam. Two of the bodies of the caravan smelled like this too, I checked. Commander, I think some rat planted that handkerchief on you to ensure that the Vescovors would find you. Her name has been tagged for assassination already. Our commander's all grown up, despite his airy tone. Darren looks confident. I thought this crusade couldn't get any worse, but now we have a mysterious traitor who's trying to feed us through a swarm of repulsive insects. And here I was, thinking you'd be the first in line to feed me to some repulsive bugs. Is, by the way, a one of the things that gives you some bonus, like, okay, yeah, if you, yeah, this is just like one of those jokes you can make. No, 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 my dear Amy. I have standards. What's more, my feelings towards you may be quite tumultuous, but not altogether negative. So, if I were to feed you to some insects, I can guarantee that they would be most sublimely beautiful creatures you'd ever seen. Well, in that case, the least I can do is, in return, is to ensure that the swamp I draw you in meets your exacting aesthetic standards. There may even be flowers. We understand each other surprisingly well, don't we? Just share. So yeah, looks like I have some enemies in Mendev as well as with the demons. True, nobody likes upstarts. If you knew what her best allies hissed behind her back when she was appointed the head of the Eagle Watch. Anyway, we need to keep our eyes open. That handkerchief could have been planted here by magic, but take it from a professional paranoiac, I think we've got a rat in our camp. In Canabras, we squashed some cultists from time to time, but they were like maggots and a dead hog. Some could have infiltrated our forces too. We have to keep our eyes open and our guard up. So, like, you can do this. This is a choice that will allow you to be the swarm that walks. A literal betrayer of humanity who sides with Descari. So, let's not do that. Burn it. Burn it all. Great. Cleaning up after the fight is just what I like. We'll start here and little by little we'll clean up the entire world wound. Nephew, Commander, what a relief, you're alive! I saw the swarm begin to thin and ran to you immediately. Social wipes the sweat from his brow. My squad handled the assignment. I healed everyone I could, but my warriors have had quite a fright. It's not very pleasant to be eaten alive, then eaten and healed again. I am sorry, Cecil, and I knew I could rely on you. What happened here can't be described in words, but you were the one who carried the day. Luckily, our losses are not as great as we feared. Not many are even wounded, but if you'd been a moment later, I'm afraid to imagine what might have happened to us. Unfortunately, the insect's acid ruined what is left of the caravan. Of course, I sympathize with those who perished, but we could have used their gear. Yeah, what the waste. We could really do with some supplies. If only they died on the road somewhere, of thirst or of meeting some wild animals, we'd be sitting pretty right now. Yeah. I couldn't let my people die more while I was looting the corpses that the bugs had left behind. What matters is if everything's over and we won. What are we going to do now? Since you're here, please take a look around. I found some painted runes and the traces of something that seemed like a ritual. We need to figure out what it is. Easily done. Nora leans over the magic symbols painted on the stone. I'm no mage, unfortunately, but I'm in the habit of thoroughly documenting all descriptions of rituals from magic books, especially demonic ones. Someone very recently opened a portal to the abyss here and summoned someone. It's not that difficult to figure out who they summoned. She's lying dead right there. I can guess who carried out the ritual. Handwriting is unique, even when it comes to rooms. I examined the Grey Garrison after your success, documenting everything I found for Queen Galfrey, and I'm sure that the end that drew the rune circles was the same in both instances. It's the work of the same spellcaster. Well then, thank you, Nora, for being a betrayer, and execute the bitch. Well, it's clever to set a trap and exhaust us instead of fighting us openly. We shouldn't be afraid of demons. We lived through this little trap, didn't we? We'll overcome the next one too. We just need to keep on forging ahead. Well, since we finished off the swarm, and we know someone is giving us trouble, I suggest we get out of here. I'm done with the bugs. So yeah. This is the camp. You can do it all here. You can also go further down in here. You can also get like Hunter's Assurance, which is a pretty good sword. And yeah, there is the DR introduction. Here, this is a good fight and everything, but we shouldn't do this right now. Instead, we will go to the camp, find some evidence that Nora is in fact the traitor, and then go ahead and end the stream, as 4 hours seems to be damn near perfect for the stream. Then next time we can come back to the Leper's Smile and figure out what to do down here. And also have our armies advance a bit and grow just a bit stronger. No. Okay, this demon army should... Yeah, that one is really simple to fight. Right then, ghouls inflict ghoul fever. Let's get rid of the cultists as quickly as we can. What they are affected by is paralyzed, cannot move or act. Lay on hands, others heal. And hit that one. Heal very, very quickly. Heal. That should be enough. Nice, 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 nice. And so we deal with these easily. And we only had to cast one spell, so more than enough energy left over. And we get 1500 finance points. Right, this is a demon army that is ridiculously difficult for how much it for how much effort you put in, like how high it is ranked rather. Save the game. Just so that you all can see just how ridiculously difficult this is. These are all mostly resistant to fire. Right, the larger stacks first. This one casts Firebolt. This one paralyzes. Luckily, they will attempt to use Crushing Despair upon your normal units. Upon this unit, who can't be have that cast upon. Right, heal that one. And that's a death. And that's what I mean by it's way too difficult for how much effort you put in. Because that one has just far too much energy at the start. And casts those really annoying bolts. I tend to save it for like just before we take Drezen. Because yes, taking Drezen is one of the things that is damn near inevitable. Right, instead we are going here, taking this one on, then this one, then over here, here, that one is really important, and then here. Now then, enter the camp, go to Nura Danois' tent, and unfortunately you can't alert Nevia to it. Like, that would be so much easier if you could just do that. Nura Danois' tent.
What's that?
You just need to make a perception check of DC 20 while in the camp, which means that, you know, Lan is there. A strange perfume. Right, Commander, how can I help? There's much to do. I can't do. Just ask. So when we fought the swarm of Escavors, someone put a handkerchief soaked with pheromones in my pocket, which attracted the insects. I have found a vial of the same pheromones in your tent. Nurse cheeks flush a little. That's my perfume? Perhaps it's a little strange to take perfume on a crusade, but you see, Knight Commander, it's my reminder of a more normal, peaceful life. I'll go back to after we've won, and besides, the smell drives men insane. I've no idea how this smell affects infernal insects. I'm a historian, not a demonologist. Perhaps a malicious person used my perfume to lure the Vescivores to him. But I swear it wasn't me. Maybe one of my admirers trying to hurt you and set me up? Nope, it's just you. If you have any questions, come back. But yeah, like, that is that. Also, so at this point I think we have reached an awesome stopping point. I am done for today. Just in general, I'm not even going to stream Dragon Fable. Mostly because I still have some stuff I need to do for university stuff. But also because I'm just not feeling it. To be honest, I'm just not feeling it. So, I will see you all next week. No, I will see you all Thursday because tomorrow I'm going to a different town to get my hormones refilled. So I'll see you all on Thursday.